jetpack to the moon and back.
Co-spin.
Hello, friends. Welcome in. How are you today? Hope you're having a good one. Hope you're ready for some spoopies. Hope you're ready for some spoopies. Today's gonna be a bit of a different stream. Let me just double check everything is working, and then we will begin. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, all right. Okay. I think we are good to go. Welcome in, everybody. Should I put myself over here by the campfire? Is it weird if I'm just at a distance? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the Spoopy stream. Be careful not to burn yourself. Hold on, let me say hello to everybody. Oh, and Mojo, welcome in. Hello. How are you? Are you here for Sharks and Minnows? Because I guess that maybe just because of the shark emote. But welcome in. How are you? Hold on, let me say hello to everybody. Emmers, you were here first. Welcome in. How are you? How's it going? Yemit, hello. How are you? Spooky time, Johnzo. Welcome in, Johnzo. How's it going? Yemit, thank you so much for the resub for 41 months. Also, that's a very adorable email. How are you? How's it going? Sassy, hello, welcome in, and thank you for the 60 stream streak. Incredible. Thank you for being here. Emmers, you and Yemit are in New York? The concrete jungle? Johnzo, you know how things are so unsettling at a glance that you just involuntarily shiver? Yeah, that's sharks for me. Well, hopefully, so kind of the same. I don't like sharks, but I can't swim. So there's a double reason why I don't like the idea of sharks, but I live in a landlocked state for a reason. Yeah, I don't blame you. And Peanut, welcome in. How are you? What is going on? Peanut, today we're playing a spooky game and we're having sort of a spooky stream in general. So we're having spooky vibes today. Yes, but hello. Well, welcome in, Joe. I will warn you, it'll be a bit before we get into the game. We're gonna chat for a little bit. We're gonna watch an episode of something called Paranormal Home Inspectors, which isn't that scary, but it'll get us in the ghost mood. I mean, I know sharks aren't ghosts, not all of them, probably. But it'll get us into a spookier mood, and then we'll read a spooky story or two, and then we'll get into the game. So we've got a little bit until then, but thank you for being here. I normally don't play spooky games. I'm normally a very chill, cozy streamer. So this is more of a, and Peanut, because he said it's not even October. That's because for our Australia trip, one of our stretch goals is that I would play a horror game on stream. You guys voted and you guys chose Sharks and Minnows. So I don't really know much about the game, but yeah. So this is where we're at. But overall, I'm doing good today, Peanut. How are you? Another 2 hours till we hit our stop for the night. Where are you guys gonna be? I mean, you don't have to dox yourself, but. I'll be around. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate the heads up. Yeah, I figured sometimes, people come in, if we're playing like a specific game, people come in just for the game. Like, wait, I gotta warn you, we're not getting into it right away. Have some good real stories. Oh boy. Oh gotcha. You're a champ for playing horror games. I mean, I'm just not typically a horror person very much. I don't really watch horror movies. The last one I watched was Nope. I watched Nope last year. I think that was last year. Maybe it was the year before. But it was because Opance, who's in our community, told me that there's an Akira slide in the movie. An Akira, the anime movie. There's like a iconic motorcycle slide that's in the anime movie, and it's then like been borrowed and used in other cartoons and other shows and movies or whatever. It's a very like iconic slide and camera angle and whatever. I think he told me that it's in Akira. I'm sorry, it's in Nope. And so I was like, okay, I know it's a scary movie, but I'll go ahead and watch it anyway. And one, it is in the movie. It is towards the end, though. That was a surprise. But that was a pretty, like... It was pretty unnerving, I would say. Like, there were maybe a couple of jump scares, but it was mostly sort of like an unnerving sort of vibe throughout Nope. I would recommend Nope if you are somebody who already likes scary movies, and if you're someone who likes sci-fi, maybe. But like, but if you're not somebody who already enjoys that, then I would say, you know, you don't have to watch it. But anyway, I think about Nope sometimes still. Akira is fantastic. I love Akira, and if you get me started on it, we'll just keep talking about Akira, but I feel like we're supposed to keep the vibes spooky, but I like scary movies, but we don't play, but won't play scary games. Oh, why is that? I haven't seen Nope yet. I loved Get Out and Us. I've actually not seen either of those two. I have wanted to see Get Out for a while. I did see Nope. If you liked those two, you would like Nope, I would say. Because I'm scared, that's why. I feel that. I get scared very easily. I'm very jumpy, typically. Also, I should mention, I guess I need to pin a message for today, because I did not do that. Spooky stream today. Jump scare for oh, I forgot to do something also. Sorry. Getting a message up on thing. I am a pretty jumpy person in general. I was telling YV that I'm pretty jumpy. So I was like, when I go to Australia and you meet me, just know I'm pretty, like, I can be pretty skittish sometimes. I need to silence the normal donation alerts. And done. Okay, so we have some special jump scare alerts. I will warn you guys that now, just for people who don't like jump scares. We do have a few, especially just for today. These won't stick around, but we have some special jump scare donations that go towards the Australia trip. For $5, it's the Bilbo. You know what I'm talking about? Unequivocally the scariest part of Lord of the Rings, when Bilbo, like, tries to grab the ring. That's and the prices are listed, but we have the Bilbo Fra. We have a FNAF jump scare. We have the fake knocking. We've got the Moist Critical. He's a like YouTube creator. Yell. That's like a fairly common one that's on a lot of people's streams. 75 for a gunshot. That's really loud for me, I will tell you. And then 100 for what I can only describe as screaming fireworks. But I will tell you, they're all quiet for you. They're loud for me. So I've lowered the volume for you guys, but they're at full volume for me. I don't really like it when people have jump scare alerts, but like those alerts are like really loud for viewers as well. So they're gonna be like quieter for you guys. And then they're like, but they'll be full volume for me, because I figured I have my headphones in, so we'll both be jumping. Actually, so no, you won't be jumping. Or you probably won't. The pop-ups will still be full screen. So like, if that will get you, then that gets you. But like, everything should be like quieter than what my mic is right now. I like did a little test, and it should be all like pretty low. FNAF Scream is diabolical. Sweet, thank you for that. Please don't die. I'll try not to. I just got to the beach house. I'm ready, Bear. Welcome in. We're just starting off. I think maybe I missed a few things. Akira's a masterpiece. Yes, it is. But yeah, I think so. Nope is probably the last scary movie that I watched. I feel like maybe what's the Natalie Portman movie that I talk about all the time and I can't remember what the name of it is right now? Annihilation. I consider that to be a scary movie. That I watched, but that was like pre-2020 though. So that like should show you there's like a big gap between the like there's years before I watched then like a horror movie. I might fall asleep, but I'm gonna try. Well, that's okay. We'll be here. I could use the adrenaline spike of fear. It'll help me get some work done. Oh no. But yeah, so the plan is, for those who don't know, the plan is we'll chat probably for another, I don't know, 20-ish minutes maybe. And then we will watch an episode of Paranormal Home Inspectors. And then, which is more comedic than it is scary. But it gets us into the mood. I think it'll get us into the mood. Then we'll read some spooky stories, and then we'll get into the game. So, I honestly don't know how scary the game is going to be for me. Considering I have like bright studio lights. I don't know if I'll jump with the dono alerts either. I'm not sure if that will happen because again, like, I'm not in despite the background. I am not in a I'm not in a campfire setting, Hannah, welcome in, my favorite streamer. I mean, Ford. There we go. That sounds about right. How are you, Hannah? It'll be so nice to see Brian. Yeah, it is Brian. Yeah, well, Brian will debunk all of the scary myths for us. How are you? I'm doing good. Are you ready for some spooky today? How do you do with spooky? I did have a weird dream yesterday. I had a weird dream yesterday. That was like scary adjacent, kind of, but I can watch spooky games, but I don't play them. Yeah, I could not tell you the last, well, Control? Was that kind of, because I don't typically play horror games. I don't like horror movies. So the last horror movie that I saw in theaters was It. And I've mentioned this before, but I saw it in theaters because I had a friend who would always go with me to see movies that I wanted to see. And he finally mentioned that he wanted to go see It. And I felt like I needed to go see it because he watches movies with me. So like, he's never like the one choosing the movie. So I felt like I needed to accompany him to it. I watched it like this. I have a horror movie like position is that I cover most of my face with my hands so I can still see, but I can cover my eyes quickly with my pinkies if I need, you know, block the vision. But then my thumbs, I can't really show it to you, but my thumbs plug my ears simultaneously, because that's what gets you in horror movies, especially in theaters, is because like things get really quiet and they get really loud, and then you're, you know, that's it. So anyway, that's what I did. I did not see It Part 2. Do not care to. So in typical fashion, the summer school drama continues. I've been sitting here waiting for my principal to finally email us with their schedules for the upcoming school year, only to instead get an email that effective immediately our principal is no longer principal. Oh, and the principal from 3 years ago is back? Didn't you really like that principal? So is that good news? Whoa, you're telling me you're not streaming from a camp? I don't believe you. I know, I wish I was. That would be dedication. Is it the giveaway that the smoke is behind me? I thought about going the extra mile and like getting a campfire like standalone, and so put that in front of me and then put myself behind, but then I was like, too much work. Too much work for what like nobody will probably notice. The old principal supposedly retired, so I never expected her to come back. That's strange. Well, you've come to the islands. We can go to camp out like this. That does sound terrifying, though. I couldn't tell if the lights in the backgrounds, are they stars? Are they eyes? They're so low to the ground, you know? It's a little bit like suspect. Like, why are they so close? You know, makes you think. Maybe they're fireflies. Yeah, you'd think there'd be like movement to them. You know, instead it's like they're just looking at us, not approaching. I didn't know if anyone would notice. Peanut, good eye. I thought it'd be funny if there was somebody just lurking in the background. So you're right. There is YV actually is in the background. Good eye, Peanut. I actually was like, I feel like I made it too, like I set the opacity too low. But no, congratulations. Your eyesight 2020. I'm no optometrist, but I thought I was seeing reflection. That's really good. Okay, that's funny. He's behind you. There were ups and downs with her, but she mostly left us alone to do our job. So unless we weren't doing that, then there were issues. There were some things that I'm scared she will bring back that have been gone for a while now that I'd be upset about. Oh no, Sassy. The spooky season has started for you. It's because you point out the fireflies. I noticed, you sneaky. That's very funny. I feel like, well, I mean, let me make my OBS a little bit bigger. Okay, yeah, I can see it a little bit better now. Before I was like, oh, I can barely, if you're looking for it, you definitely see it, but it's very funny. I also like to include him in my stream in as many ways as possible because I feel like every time he's like, why am I here? That makes me laugh. Uh, it's great. I did. Oh yeah, I did. I had a scary like dream kind of yesterday. I don't really remember it as much anymore, but I feel like I remember I was like doing corporate espionage. It's not the first time that I've had that as a dream. But I was doing like, I feel like, I don't remember the full setup, but I was like at a company that was maybe like, I don't remember what they did, but it could have been also like either a large hotel or the people who work there also sleep there or something like that. Like maybe they have like a barracks or like a I don't know, just like some kind of thing where it's like there are certain floors where people live there. But I remember I needed to get information off of a computer. And so I was sneaking through the building. And I had some kind of like comms with me. And I was talking to somebody. And I don't remember who I was talking to. But I remember finally getting to some kind of office that looked like a storage closet, and there was a computer inside. And I go to the computer, I like plug in my USB, I start getting whatever data it is that I needed, and I hear like a voice or something, and it's coming from a drawer in the desk. And I open up, like, it's the bottom drawer. I open it up, and there's, like, a weird, like, tablet that has, like, a handle on it. And it's very chunky. It's, like, think of, like, if you've seen, like, a power drill carrying case, where it's, like, really chunky plastic. Imagine that, but it has a screen on it. So it has like a handle up top. There was somebody who was talking to me from that, and he was somebody who was like working for the company, and they basically told me that they knew what I was doing and that they were gonna like try to find me. And so then the rest of the dream was like me trying to escape from them. And I was like going up and down different elevators. I feel like at some point I threw a Molotov. Don't ask questions. I don't know where I got the Molotov. Sometimes you have one, you know? And then I woke up. But like the most of the dream was like sort of tense and like me running away and like at times trying to blend in and all that sort of stuff. But anyway. And the principal that left is the one that added those 2 new classes to my roster. So now I don't know if that will change again or not. Yeah, that's super strange, Sassy. Well, I hope, you know. At this point, it's out of your hands. There's nothing to worry about because what can you do, you know? Just relax, and when the info comes, the info comes. And then, you know. I imagine they won't change too much. Because, like, I don't know. So I guess I don't do any planning and just enjoy the rest of my summer. Yeah, I think that's what you do. Because, like, what can you do? Yeah, and we'll keep chatting for another, like, 10 minutes, and then we'll watch the first episode of Paranormal Home Inspectors. What else? What else is going on, friends? I got a code for another game that I'm excited about. The Molotov represents your bottled up inner rage. The act of throwing is you releasing the suppressed jet anger. I do love thinking about, where did this come from? What does this mean? I will say I have a lot of like espionage dreams, or like I have like there are certain places that reoccur in my dreams that are like, I guess it's because I can't be creative. Like typically if there is an office in my dream, it's a specific office. This one I don't think was. Like I can picture it in my head also what it looks like. Because I've had a dream where I've been there so often. The office is like weird shaped. Like I don't know what the bottom floor looks like really, but you enter in ground floor and it's not like, it's sort of like it's a building that has multiple offices in it. And so there's like a lobby area, but the office that I go to has glass walls on the, like, in their lobby area. So from the building's lobby, you can see up into the building. It's up and to the left. And you see like a corner, you see the corner glass. So like you see part of it jutting out, which is glass, and then it goes down, which is all glass as well. So you can see up into that office. But in the ground lobby, there's like a you know, a welcoming person or whatever, and elevators and stairs and stuff. I think I typically take the stairs in my dreams into this office, and I worked there a few times. And when I worked in some of these dreams, I'm working there. But typically I'm like undercover. Like I have gotten a job there so that I can get information. And when I like go up you go up the stairs, and then when you enter into the office, there's like the secretary on the right, and then there's like, it opens up to then the glass walls, and there's people's desks along the way. And I think in one of my dreams, and this was like, I don't remember, this was probably like last year or something. In one of those dreams, I was like being trained, and I worked in like a back office room that didn't have any windows at all. Like it was just sort of like a closet basically. But it's like weird shape, because then it's like the office is really thin. Like it's a very like, it's like thin, but it goes back a ways. So like that, the opening room with the glass walls, there's another stairway that goes up. That's just like, the stairway is just sort of in the middle of the room. And then it goes up, and then those what I assume are like the manager offices, or some of them. Like the head honcho probably works up there. But then there are some like back offices, which is where I worked. But there was like another hallway where then some other like department heads were. Anyway, I had to sneak around. I was like getting information for something. Anyway. Circling back to the hidden Yv in the background, is Yv going to be the new background, or the new blue badger, and you hide him in all the backgrounds? Well, he's already the BRB screen. No, I think I've just used him. I think it's just really the BRB screen and this. Have I used him in anything else? I can't remember. But it's just fun. I remember the first time he saw the BRB screen, and he was like, "Why am I in the background?" And I was like, "Because it's fun." But anyway, have you guys had any scary dreams recently? Anything spoopy? Do you guys have nightmares like that? I mean, those weren't really nightmares, but I feel like I get like tense dreams. But I think it's because I also like detective stuff and like I do like spy movies. And I have a fear of being Oceaned 11. So, you know. So I think it's better when I'm doing the Ocean 11ing. When I'm oceaning the 11, you know? Does that make sense? Is it okay to make Ocean's 11 a verb? I hope so. Because I'm doing it. But yeah, I actually don't typically have nightmares. I don't honestly know when the last time I had a nightmare. Can't recall any nightmares as of recent, which I'm okay with. That's fair. Yeah, I don't typically have nightmares. But yeah, I'll have like dreams where I'm running or, you know. But it's typically because it's like, it's not because of like a scary thing. It's because, again, like the company is after me or like, you know, that kind of thing, I guess, which is different. It puts me in more of like a James Bondy position, you know. I've had them to where I've woken Mr. Panda because I'm crying in my sleep. Oh no! That is sad. I think I've cried in my sleep, but because I was sad and not because I was having a scary dream. Oh, I will say this is not a scary thing. I did get another code for a game, and Sassy, I believe you played the demo for it, but I got a code for Discounty. I forget when it comes in, or when. Oh. Excuse me, whoever's talking. Wait, Discounty? Or crying in your sleep because you're having a nightmare? Okay, there we go. I was like, oh, I thought you really liked Discounty. No, that was for crying about nightmares. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. That's a... Yeah. Yeah, looks like... Looks like I could start... Well, I'll probably just start when it releases, which is at the end of the month. Though it looks like I can play a little bit before if I wanted to. Yeah, it says I can start streaming it August 15th if I wanted, but I can only get to chapter 3. But I think I might... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we do. But it comes out the 21st. But, alright, let's go ahead and we'll get started in watching Paranormal Home Inspectors. I think you'd enjoy Strange Horticulture. I've watched someone play it before. It seems interesting. I don't know if it's like high on my list to play. But yeah, it seems interesting. Paranormal Home Inspectors. Let me give you a setup. So Paranormal Home Inspectors is a show that ran on some like home network, like home improvement network, that it was sort of in the era of TV where there were all of those like spooky camera shows where they like go to a haunted place and it's like they do the night vision thing and you know they hear noises and they're running around and they're like, you know, ah, ghost, you know, that kind of thing. But so this home improvement network was like, okay, we need to make a show where we do that. And so they decided to make a show called Paranormal Home Inspectors. Now, the way this show works, the premise is there is a team of people who people come to them and say, we think our house is haunted. They come to the show and they say, we think our house is haunted. The show then sends their team of experts to confirm or deny that. Now, there is a major problem with this show, which is that they introduce the couple and the house, and they explain why they think the couple thinks the house is haunted. It's typically a couple. Sometimes it's like, I think at some points like an actual, like an office, like a work office. But anyway, it's typically like families. The problem with the show is that after introducing the problem, the first thing that they do is they send a guy named Brian to the location. Brian is the best. He is honestly the best person in the show. I love Brian. However, he is there as a home inspector. He's not there as like a ghost person. He is by trade a home inspector. We've actually looked it up. Most of the show filmed in Canada. And he is, last we checked, currently the head of home inspections in the province of wherever Toronto is. I forgot the name of the province of Toronto. He's like the head of home inspections for the entire province. So he's like serious about his work. So like he goes through and he debunks everything. He basically is like, his job is to be like, it's not ghosts. It's because all of this stuff is like poorly set up. And then after he's done debunking everything, they send to Nadine. And Nadine is purely a ghost person. And she will bring her own spin on things and will basically confirm that it is ghosts. And then they do like a night vision run around moment. And that is, and then they come to the couple or whoever it is who came to them and says, all right, Brian says it's not ghost. Nadine says it is ghost. We think we saw ghosts. What do you think it is? And then they decide. And that is basically what the show is. However, because they've set it up to where at the start somebody is already debunking everything, it kind of doesn't make it very scary. Nadine is also very over the top, and so it's a bit more humorous than it is anything else, in my opinion. So anyway, you'll see what we mean. Also, I forgot to loop the campfire sounds. But that's okay. We're going to pause it for now anyway. It played for the first 3 minutes we were on and then it stopped. But that's okay. All right. Paranormal Home Inspectors, episode 1. Oh, let's see. It was fun puzzling out what each person wanted and solving the other clues to locate new plants. That sounds very cool. Yeah, I watched Dex Bonus actually played quite a bit of it. So I've seen a decent amount of the game. It looks pretty fun. But okay. Also, I flipped the video, so the text on the screen is not going to be readable to you. Would you stay in your house if you knew it was haunted?
There's something very dark in
That's
here.
Nadine.
I've seen a lot of things down drains,
That's
but
Brian.
I've never seen anything like this.
There's things down there that are just kind of scary.
What's funny is like, that's such a funny clip to play for Brian because he's like talking about like there's like grime and like dirt and stuff. He's not talking about ghosts. But anyway, paranormal home inspectors. It's not just the plumbing. No.
Non tere plus.
Mutar, welcome in. How are you?
Hello.
How are you? Thank you so much for the 2 months resub. We're having a spooky stream, and we're about to watch a show. It's not really scary, but we're gonna watch an episode of a show called Paranormal Home Inspectors. I'm playing a horror game today. I don't typically play horror games. We're gonna read some spooky stories and everything. But how are you? Wait, it's not just the plumbing and the electrical that you need to be worried about. Ghosts?
The activity's getting a little bit more aggressive.
They just push me right out.
Ashley, did you leave the house yet? Ashley?
How's the sound?
Ashley?
Paranormal Home Inspectors. I am doing well. I'm a little scared for the game we're playing today, though. If horrors aren't honestly same. I'm not really a horror person either. But for our Australia trip, we fundraised. One of the stretch goals is that I would play a horror game on stream. We're playing a game called Sharks and Minnows, where it's a I have to like escape a place before a shark attacks me or something like that. That's my general gist of what is gonna happen. This is an episode of something that is not quite scary. I just explained it, but it was a horror show that was on like a home improvement TV channel, where basically a family comes to the show, says they think their house is haunted. Then there's a guy named Brian who's a home inspector who basically debunks everything. It's more comedic than anything, because knowing that like this guy comes through and is like, no, it's not ghosts. It's that like the reason why your door's always open is because they're like installed incorrectly. And then they bring like a ghost person who's like, it's definitely ghosts. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's more comedic. We've actually watched this episode before, but it was like a couple of years ago. So we're kind of starting fresh, because this is another stretch goal actually that we had, which is that we would do a marathon of this. We're going to be watching like episodes of this every once in a while. There's only like 8 or 10 episodes. Our next stretch goal, by the way, for everybody, is our League of Legends stream once we hit that. But this is in Toronto. Activity reported numerous unexplained phenomena. It's in Toronto.
Our paranormal home inspectors received a call from a woman named Catherine, who bought a house 3 years ago. She claims that strange things started to happen shortly after she moved in and began renovating.
Strange things.
When I moved in, the house was in great shape, but I wanted to make it my own, so I did do a lot of renovations. This is my basement. This was completely renovated after I moved in. Everything's been completely redone. I've spent a lot of money on the house, and I'm very comfortable here.
I'd rather watch
dream home.
the most herring horror
I'd like to
than
stay.
LOL.
I don't
Amazing.
believe in ghosts, but all I can say is that a lot of the things that have happened here I can't explain.
Wanting to get to the bottom of the unexplained phenomena plaguing her house, Catherine has
I don't
called on
blame
our
you.
unique team to conduct a multi-platform home inspection.
Oh, I should also mention what's funny is like, so they have this team set up of, there's a narrator who's not a part of the team. She just narrates. Then there's like, I forget the other people's names, but there's like a main host who like talks to the couple or whoever is the person coming to the show. She'll talk to them. Then there's Brian, who's the home inspector, Nadine, who's the ghost person, Ashley, who's in this episode only. She's like an assistant. But you never see all of them together. Even though they're a team, like you never see Brian and Nadine together. It's very odd. I feel like it's filmed very separately from each
non-traditional
other.
investigative techniques. Our team, made up of intuitive healer Nadine, certified home inspector
Intuitive
Brian,
healer, that's what it
and
is.
paranormal investigator and researcher Michelle. The team
Michelle.
will try and uncover what is behind Catherine's unsettling experiences. First to go
definitely
in
did
is
not
our
remember her
fact
name.
finder Michelle to begin the dialogue that will form the roadmap for our investigation.
Hi,
Inspection day
Catherine.
one.
Thanks so much for meeting with me. I just have a few quick questions about
At
what
the
is going on in the
Starbucks.
home. Let's go through room by room and tell me what's happened in each.
Recently, I was home alone and I woke up in the early morning and I could hear water running. I went into the bathroom and my taps in the bathtub were on full blast. One of the strangest things, like that first started happening, was the door at the top
Ghost
of
just
the
wanted to
stairs. I would go past the closet door, I'd come downstairs, and then I'd go back upstairs and the closet door would be open. And I remember one night I was in bed and I could hear growling. And my dog sleeps at the foot of my bed, so I thought, oh, you know, it's the dog starting to growl again. And then seconds later, I realized that actually I didn't have the dog in the house that night.
What happened in the office on the second floor?
I was in the office working, and my dog was at the top of the stairs, growling down the stairs. And then just as he was doing that, I was overcome with a smell.
Has the house ever been treated for mold or mildew problems?
Not since I've owned the house. I did have to replace the roof, but that's the only thing that's really happened.
Has anybody else experienced anything in the house?
My friend Fatima has mentioned that she's not comfortable in the basement.
From day one
Maybe it's
that
'cause you have
she's
that
moved
ghost
in,
thing on the
if
wall.
I went downstairs, I always shut that laundry room
The
door.
generic dog sound is
There's
amazing. Yeah.
something in that laundry room that makes me feel really uncomfortable.
And one night, actually, she and I were in the basement, and all of a sudden, we heard this horrific noise upstairs. I had a beautiful fishbowl,
like these reenactments.
and it had exploded everywhere. How the hell did this happen?
Did the cat topple it over?
No, 'cause look.
the stand's still there.
Besides the roof, any renovations in the house since moving in?
When I moved into the house, the basement was completely unfinished. So I brought in contractors and had the basement completely redone. And my contractors, while they were renovating the basement, they got locked
It's like,
out.
have you watched it on your
We've
own?
never been told there's no key for this deadbolt. And we'd
amazing.
leave every day for lunch and leave the door unlocked, right? And we'd lock the gate here. Twice, when we came back, the deadbolt was locked. The only way you can lock this door is from the inside. No one's ever here while we're working.
Have the children experienced anything in the house?
One of my sons has told me a few times that he's heard voices. So I'm really hoping that you and your team can let me know why some of these things are happening in the house.
Well, we're definitely going to give it our best shot.
I just don't want people to think I'm crazy.
No, you're not crazy.
Knowing that Catherine never had a formal house inspection
Knowing that
done
Catherine
when she
is
bought
crazy.
her home, it's clearly time for certified home inspector Brian
Here's our
Bailey
hero,
to
Brian.
shine his flashlight on the matter.
I'd be happy to find out if there's something going on mechanically with the house.
That is amazing. Inspector Day 2. So this is Brian. Again, Brian is our hero. No, they're both crazy. Brian is our hero. He's just an inspector. He does not have the showmanship of like a ghost show. He is purely here to inspect a house, and that's why we love him.
After a thorough inspection of the more routine residential trouble areas, Brian is given a detailed list of hotspots documented by Michelle from our home.
Brian.
So the first thing on our checklist is something about a fishbowl, and that was in the kitchen. There's our fishbowl. Now, that looks like a newer bowl, obviously. The old one, according to my notes from Michelle, kind of looked like a brandy glass. Now, that glass is really thin.
A hairline crack, lots of water pressure, vibration from the street noise. It's a no-brainer.
So that one is definitely off the list.
Yeah,
I was
he's
told
just
by
like,
Michelle that this deadbolt was giving problems and it kept locking on its own.
You slam the door a certain way, that lock will slam shut. It's just a spring-loaded mechanism. That can happen. Absolutely.
All right, let's have a look.
look, and he's done.
Drains.
He's just like, opening door?
So this helps us just see a little bit further on
Spring-loaded
down.
lock, done.
I've seen a lot of things down drains, but I've never seen anything like this.
It's not what I expected to see at all. There's things down there that are just kind of scary.
You see, again, they play that at the beginning to make it sound like he's talking about ghosts, but he's just talking about, like, that pipe is just disgusting. Like, it needs to be, like, cleaned out. Let's get down to business. He probably doesn't want to deal with Inspector Lady's craziness, so they never meet. Maybe, and honestly, it's like, have they ever met? There's, like, I honestly don't know.
Is there something buried down there? No. Was there something buried down there? Yes.
Then that's Nadine. She's coming up soon. And she's gonna make everything so much worse.
Moving into this century home, our client Catherine began experiencing the unexplainable.
I went into the bathroom and my taps in the bathtub were on. Full blast. I would go past the closet door and come downstairs.
Michelle's not the crazy
and then I'd go
one.
back upstairs and the closet door would be open. One of my sons has told me a few times that he's heard voices.
Catherine's search for answers has led her to our paranormal home inspection team, who will combine their unique skills to piece together the unnerving puzzle of her house. Paranormal investigator Michelle takes Catherine's list of concerns to the archives, where she begins her research.
I can't believe what I just found. This is exactly what I've been looking for.
Is that the
While
Among Us
Michelle
sound?
gathers the facts, certified home inspector Brian Daly has already found something unsettling in the laundry room drains.
I've seen a lot of things down drains, but I've never seen anything like this.
Like, he has more than one son, 2 pets in the house, and she's surprised about noises. Yeah.
It's not what I expected to see at all. There's things down there that are just kind of scary. We need to get a contractor in to have a look at that.
Okay, we're gonna go upstairs and have a look at closet door. Right off the top, I can see that our floor is sagged a little bit.
Door at the top of the stairs is an easy one. It's not level to begin with because the floor is shifted, so it naturally wants to open.
These old latches also never latch properly. One of the things we do know is that we've got newer windows in the house. With newer windows, it creates a tight building envelope. Every time you open a front door, doors swing open. Plus, the homeowner has a cat. A cat is always pawing at something, always trying to get inside closets, so he probably swung it open just like that. So this is something that I'm going to be checking off my list. Okay, my notes tell me that in this room, there's a strong smell of mustiness. I got a really good sense of smell, and I don't smell anything in this room, but there is evidence that we've obviously had a roof leak at one point in time that's been repaired.
There's nothing going on there. I think the homeowner's just smelling things.
Okay, in the bathroom here, our homeowner swears that the taps were mysteriously on in the middle of the night. Now, these are reproduction taps that outperform the old taps.
Sleepwalking. There's got to be no other explanation.
And look at this. They seat just perfectly.
I'm sure that the homeowner probably inadvertently turned them on and went to bed and didn't know that she left them on.
Okay, master bedroom.
Or also, like,
first of all, there's our culprit, the cat. Now, my list tells me that the homeowner has heard noises in the attic. Now, where we are in the city, it's an area that's notorious for animals.
I feel like I think it's interesting that, like, when they were asking her questions, she actually didn't mention anything else about her family until the end. Like, she didn't say that she had kids. She didn't say she had pets until, like, the pet stuff was relevant or until the kid stuff was relevant. Because, like, hearing growling could be, like, you know, I mean, even the cat, like cats growl. Could have been the kids, or even like kids' toys, or like, you know, like there's like so many other things, like things being on, doors being open, other people live in the house. So like, but like the way she set it up, she only talked about herself for the beginning, just the setup part. So that's like, oh, well, I mean, if she closed the door and left and then came back and the door's open, that's weird. But then you think, wait, she has like 4 people living in the house or 3 people living in the house plus pets. So then it's like, I have a dog and a cat and there's always some kind of noise in the house. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just sort of like
getting onto the roof, getting into the attic space.
That was purposeful.
Probably
in their editing.
raccoons trying to get together and make baby raccoons. Oh yeah.
Definitely raccoons. I stuck my head up in the attic and I saw the evidence.
We can see evidence of feces and where the insulation's been disturbed.
There's nothing unexplainable or strange in this house. Everything has a plausible explanation. Not uncommon to have these kinds of things happen in a house of this age. It's called character. It has lots of creaks and bumps and grinds. There's nothing wrong with this house at all.
Exactly.
But the rest of the team may not be convinced. Renowned intuitive healer Nadine Mercy is looking for something Brian can't see.
Nadine time, everybody.
Pulse of the house.
Okay, so Nadine is now going to basically refute everything that Brian just said, and is going to say it's ghosts, or a ghost, or something, or some kind of entity or spirit or something.
Nadine has barely walked through the door when she senses a presence.
I have this really heavy presence in my chest. It's almost like I want to breathe, and I'm almost shaky. I'm actually picking up an animal spirit. 2 elderly men, a lady. There's quite a few here, and I'm not sure why, but they do have messages to give, and they want to know why. Why are you here?
Brian's the only no-nonsense, unfortunately.
I'm just going to ask everybody to calm down because it's a little bit overwhelming right now. They're basically saying, I won't take no for an answer. I won't let you do this to us. They've been here for a long time.
Do what to
Heavy
us?
presence in this room.
The
They do
enemy have
congregate
the
here
name, and
often
it's
as the
Nadine.
children are very open and neutral. You see, I don't know if you can see the goosebumps. Oh, my arms is just like a shot right through my whole body, and there's a lot of presence in this room right now. They're saying, sing. Talk to me, baby. Soft and low. Here we go.
I don't get why
It's
she
very
starts
quiet down
singing.
here. They're not speaking to me. They're just watching, observing.
Nadine
I feel like she
feels
wanted a music
peaceful,
career.
positive energy in the new basement.
She thought this was her chance.
But without warning, the mood shifts.
A little bit of heaviness here, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if they're coming from earth source, earth energy. Yeah, I'm breathing really heavy here. I'm trying to figure out which corner it's coming from. I'm starting to shake a bit. Just gonna close my eyes and see if I can't hear a little bit deeper. Why are you here? They keep asking me, why are you here? They're asking me to leave. I want you out of the house. There's something very dark in here. I don't want to be in this room. It's not feeling good. I gotta leave. I don't like that room. That's okay. They just push me right out. I'm gonna leave.
But after a night of reflection and hoping to further understand the messages she received, Nadine is returning to the house with our research assistant, Ashley, to drive.
I also feel a heaviness when I do laundry. Those baskets get heavy quick, true. I don't want to be in here anymore. She's the real villain of the show. Been here for a long time. House was built an hour ago. She's not even good. She really isn't. Especially, like, I was actually just thinking about it, like, show don't tell Nadine, you know? Like, she has to say, oh, I'm really shaking. I'm starting to shake a lot. And it's like, are you? I don't really see you shaking very much. You seem fine. And I love when she's like, oh, the goosebumps. And it zooms in. It's like, I mean, do you have goosebumps? I can't really tell. I don't know. She sings because she was possessed, emboldened to sing. It's so, I don't know.
our investigation.
She's just so over the top.
I'm hearing the name. I don't know why. I'm hearing the name George, something to do with George. I feel this fellow is still here, and he's pulling me away from this room in particular, and he guides and protects this room.
Is he protecting a certain person?
Yes.
Who's that person?
Wife.
Does she have a name?
I'm getting a Joyce or a J.
Do you know when they were here?
They've been here a long time.
Okay.
With the identity of the residents beginning to step out from the shadows, Nadine returns to the site of the most psychic activity.
Absolutely, definitely down in the drain. There's some issues down there.
Is there something buried down there?
No.
Was there something buried down there?
Yes.
How do you know that? Also, the way
There's
she says,
nothing there.
yes.
That just went off on its own.
Just ridiculous. That's the way to
Our
it.
client, Catherine, called in our paranormal home inspection team hoping we could provide explanations for the odd occurrences plaguing her home.
I'd be happy to find out if there's something going on mechanically with the house, because quite honestly, sometimes I think I'm crazy.
Traditional Home Inspector Brian Daly conducted a routine inspection that did provide some reasonable answers.
We've obviously had a roof leak at one point. Now that's obviously where the musty smell came from.
There's definitely raccoons up here.
After intuitive healer Nadine Mercy was spiritually pushed from this house on the first day of her inspection,
They just pushed me right out. I'm gonna leave.
She returns with research assistant Ashley the next day to further her investigation.
Was there something buried down there?
Yes.
Yes.
Nadine's report is clear. She believes there is paranormal activity in the house, but it will take more digging to unearth the reasons behind it. Michelle heads back to the city archives looking for answers, and soon uncovers some startling historical information about Catherine's house and the surrounding area.
Joyce is my great grandma's name. It was a super popular name in North America in the 30s when she was born. I feel like it's also, I mean, the way the show works also, I imagine that, like, you know, obviously Nadine knows where she's going, right? Like, if there, I don't know if they confirm if there is a George or a Joyce or a J name or whatever. I can't remember, but, like, you know, just like she would know where she has to go for the shoot or whatever. Like, could, like, look up this information herself also. Like, could, you know, look online and see if there's, like, any records of, you know, who lived there in the past or whatever. So, like, I don't know. There's just, like, a lot that you could do. In some of the future episodes, it's, like, it gets really, like, over the top because at some point there's, like, I remember there's one house where they think the house is haunted. And it's, like, Michelle brings to them something like, okay, well, there's no record of anyone dying here, but, like, a few decades ago, there was someone who died, like, miles. They had, like, a railroad track behind their house. And they're like, someone died on the railroad track miles away. And so she thinks it's the ghost of that person who's, like, at their house, which is weird. So, like, sometimes they, like, really stretch it. A good plot would be homeowner having no... Yeah, exactly. That's. I think that's why when she's introducing all the things, they don't mention that she has a family. Because she kind of makes it sound like it's just her living there, and then her friend comes over sometimes, and her friend feels uncomfortable. But then they show the husband once, and then she mentions kids and having the dog and the cat. So, like, I don't know. It just is, you know. That's actually, I don't know. Maybe it is this one.
As the sun sets,
I thought it was further down, but I could be
our
wrong.
Investigation, it seems likely that there's a supernatural presence in Catherine's home.
I think
heads
it's
back to the house
because I think Brian would have mentioned the train.
Investigative gear and spend the night there with a suitably spooked Ashley.
What will you be setting up? Passive infrared sensors.
This is the last time we see Ashley.
These are the vibration sensors hanging on the door there. All right. Jiggle the door.
She never returns.
And now what we'll do is set up the tripods and the video cameras.
So now it's time for the ghost, the night vision portion.
Basically, the whole point of this is to try to get the spirits to manifest somehow for us, because that's the reason why we're here.
Alone in the house, they listen and they wait.
Do you have something to tell us?
Did you lock out the contractors?
Can you move the lock again for us?
After a series of unanswered questions.
Yeah, so this is actually, this is very Phasmophobia. He mentioned cars shaking. Because he mentioned the busy street or something. The announcer being the only likely explanation is supernatural. Really, the only thing, yeah. The only possibility, Rip Ashley, yeah, she doesn't make it. But yeah, so this is kind of the phasmophobia section of the
Finally
show.
get a response.
I keep hearing things.
What are you hearing? Do you hear that?
I do?
Can you do it again?
I just heard the running again. What was that?
One of the sensors. Oh, God.
Oh.
Let's go upstairs.
It sounded like it was going down.
Running through the hallway?
Either the hallway or just above us.
There was nothing there. That just went off on its own. Okay, I'm gonna take a measurement over there.
Just gonna go crawl in a hole.
Let's go in the bedroom.
Poor Ashley.
That was main floor.
The paranormal activity is clearly heating
She's
up
having a
in the
bad
house,
time.
taking an unexpected toll on Ashley.
I'm getting really bad, I think.
Are you? You okay?
Yeah, I think I need some fresh air or something.
Just came from upstairs. Ashley, did you leave the house yet? Ashley? Ashley? Here's the info that our multi-platform inspection has come up with.
Wow. It's like
What if
dead
Ashley
on.
crosses into the afterlife just to hunt houses and keep Nadine employed? Like that Michael J. Fox movie. Wait, what
When
movie is
Catherine
that?
called the paranormal home inspectors, she hoped our combined approaches
She's getting a
to
bad headache
residential
from being desperate enough to
investigation
have to act in
would shed
this.
light on the shadows
She's
that
like,
hang
oh no,
heavy
my
over
career.
her home. After 5 days and 1 night of our multi-platform inspection, our experts have answers. With Ashley's unexplained physical reaction fresh in her mind,
I'm getting really bad.
Michelle is tasked with presenting our final inspection report to our very anxious client.
Here's the info that our multi-platform inspection has come up with. Here's our home inspector, Brian. He's done a thorough investigation.
Also,
Let's
I
see
love
what
that
he
it,
has to
like,
say.
Typically there's like a little bit more like when like when they do the ghost portion, like where they're running around and stuff, typically there's like a little bit more, but that just kind of like abruptly ends. I get like some of the sensors went off and then it's just over. Very strange. By the way, let me know if Big Two talks about all this. I'm kind of, oh no, I think this is the vibe of the show. That's like 100%. Like, I love this because it's so bad. So like, no, you're totally good. I am 100% on this. Brian is the hero of this show. This is like, that's why I said, I was like, we're watching this because it's like spooky adjacent. We watched this, well, okay, so we started watching this a couple of years ago, but we only got to episode like 5, I think. We're gonna watch all of it now. Not today, but like we're gonna watch the full thing, but I'm just starting over. But I see it as like a funny show because it's like so over the top. It's just also like not very well done. Like they shouldn't have had like Brian, who's so serious at his job. Like if they wanted to make it scary, they should have had somebody who wanted to like make it ghosty. But anyway, no. The Frighteners, 1996. I've never heard of that. Is he a ghost who like helps somebody or something? This was only episode 1. They needed to figure out what would sell true. Marathon. Well, that's what. So John said we hit that as a Australia trip goal. So we're gonna watch all of them. I said marathon, but I think we decided we're gonna watch like 1 or 2 kind of in like chunks over like several streams. Today we'll only just watch the 1, but we'll be watching more. So more paranormal home inspectors on the way.
Brian feels that the musty smell that you have been experiencing.
We've obviously had a roof leak at one point in time that's been repaired.
I hope he's right.
And as much as I don't like Nadine, she says some hilarious things because it's just like.
I can understand that. Now, the growling that you heard in the bedroom.
Definitely raccoons.
Also, I should mention, so Nadine, the intuitive healer, every episode, she like, it seems like the amount of ghosts increase per episode. So like in this one, she only mentions George. But like then in like, and she mentions, I guess, like there's something in the laundry room, right? But it could be George, I guess. But like in future episodes, it's like every episode there's more and more ghosts. There's like, I think in the next episode there's like 2 ghosts, and then eventually she's like, there are like 10 ghosts here. Whereas like the family thought, I think in that episode it's like the family thinks it's like a child, like there's one child, and she's like, oh, there's a child, there's also 9 other ghosts here. It's just like, Nadine, what are you doing? What? She's like, what's scarier than 1 ghost? Right, 2 ghosts. Now 9. Anyway, it's just
We can see evidence of feces.
I don't think that's what I heard.
Back door lock.
With these types of bolts, if you slam the door hard enough, it could lock on its own.
Well, I think my contractor would be happy to hear that.
Taps in the bathroom were mysteriously on. Now these are
okay. Sorry, hold on. Let's go back. I feel bad that I
Thank
interrupted Brian.
Anxious client.
Oh wait. In this haunted school, in this haunted mall, in this haunted stadium.
Here's the info that our multi-platform inspection has come up with.
Oh,
Here's
I
our
see.
home inspector, Brian. He's done a thorough
watch
investigation. Let's see
Frighteners.
what he has to say.
All right.
Brian feels that the musty smell that you have been experiencing.
We've obviously had a roof leak at one point in time that's been repaired.
I hope he's right.
Door at the top of the stairs is a no-brainer.
It's definitely not hung square.
I can understand that.
Now, the growling that you heard in the bedroom.
Definitely raccoons. We can see evidence of feces.
I don't think that's what I heard.
Back door lock.
With these
There's
types of bolts, if you slam the door hard enough, it could lock on its own.
Well, I think my contractor would be happy to hear that.
Taps in the bathroom were mysteriously on. Now these are reproduction taps.
Sleepwalking. There's got to be no other explanation.
As far as I know, I don't sleepwalk.
And the fishbowl exploding.
Hairline crack, lots of water pressure.
There's no doubt that it could blow any time.
I thought of that too.
Basement drain, well, that's a big problem. There's things down there that are just
But I
kind
went
of
with
scary. We
ghosts.
need to get a contractor in to have a look at that.
So now let's talk about my overnight inspection. My assistant Ashley and I heard unexplained movements and sounds. Do you hear that?
I do.
The passive infrared sensors went off 3 times. Oh God.
Up these stairs. Wow.
My assistant Ashley developed such a headache that she had to leave the building. She never came back, and she has subsequently quit the team.
Well, that doesn't sound very good.
I'm sorry to see her go.
Rip Ashley.
We're gonna go to Nadine now.
I'm actually picking up an animal spirit, 2 elderly men, a lady.
4.
4.
Wait, did she
I've
mention
done
that
extensive
before?
research into this home and the land surrounding it. This land used to be a native settlement. The house was built by a plumber in 1913. This could explain why
William
you've had
Jelly.
odd issues related to the plumbing.
Okay.
Now here's the most interesting bit of history.
I'm hearing the name George, something to do with George. A lady. I'm getting a Joyce or a J.
A couple by the name of George and Joan lived here for 35 years.
It's like dead on.
Nadine believes that those are 2 of the spirits that are dwelling here.
Sounds like
Did
more
they-
than a coincidence for sure.
Did they die
I
here?
went back into the archives and discovered a very interesting story. In 1916, 3 years after this house was built, 2 boys down the road went missing without a trace. They were never found.
Do you think that that has anything to do with what's going on here?
The home's original builder, along with 2 former residents named George and Joan, and the 2 young boys that mysteriously disappeared from the neighborhood, are they the spirits that haunt Catherine's home? If so, why
Why?
do they remain? That is a
Why?
question
Yeah.
Michelle
Why would they
can't
be here?
That's horrible.
So, in summary, Brian has come up with some plausible explanations for what has been going on in the house. However, from what Nadine has discovered and from my investigation, I'm tending to gear more towards that there is paranormal activity going on here.
Of course you would. Would you stay in your house if
Several
you knew it
weeks
was haunted?
later, after her paranormal home inspection, Catherine seems at peace with our team's findings.
Things have been pretty quiet in the house. I haven't had any more incidences. So it's been okay. I do believe that what Nadine felt in this house was definitely legitimate. And I'm glad that she came and went through With the information that Brian gave me, I feel very comfortable in staying with the house. Whatever's happening, we can coexist.
Case closed. So they did nothing to fix it? Nope. That is the, like, to me, that's part of the funniness of the show. That's like, Brian comes through. Devin, welcome in. How are you? That is part of the funniness of this show, is like, and Cretton, welcome in. Hello. The double raid. Hello, friends. Welcome in. I hope you're having a great day. We are having a spooky stream today. I have a short little raid video for you. Enjoy. Hi Raiders, I'm Jet, your fourth favorite streamer. Yeah, fourth. You know, the guy you end up with when your favorites are offline and you misclicked my channel. Before we dive in, aw, Snapsicles, this is a family-friendly stream. Please keep your chats cozy and clean or my mods will be on you like a pack of wild pumas. Looking for a triple threat? Gaming, chatting, and looks? Well, let me tell you why I'm called Triple Jet. When it comes to gaming, we dive into puzzles, indie games, RPGs, and mysteries. But the biggest mystery of all will be why you're still watching. Like to chat? Well, we get so derailed it's like we're a train to nowhere and I'm your conductor. Choo choo. And when it comes to looks, I am like the solar eclipse, best not to look at. Now, if you want a good streamer, follow the creators I just linked in chat. They will obliterate my stream like a snap from Thanos. Mr. Bezos, I don't feel so good. But if you like the wonderfully wrecked vibe of a beat-up pinata, then you're in the right place. The candy's mostly gone, but we can still keep it sweet. So drop a follow and we'll make this siesta fiesta the absolute besta. Got a jet? So welcome in everyone, how's your stream? Welcome to today's horror stream. I don't typically play horror games, but here we are. But also, apologies because I don't have alerts on the raid video. Sporty Tiger, thank you so much for the follow, and Dang It Sharp, thank you so much for the follow as well. How was the stream? How was Demonologist? Oh, you guys are also having a spooky day. Devin, Player 4, and Aussie Cretin, thank you so much for the raids, I appreciate it. Fire Bippy, welcome in. Also, hold on. I gotta put campfire sounds. Sporty Tiger, welcome in. How's it going? Steph, hello. We're being invaded. Are they ghosts? I hope not. Mo Diesel, 34, welcome in. 20 raid. The Wonder Twins, right? They are the Wonder Twins, are they not? It was hysterical. Amazing. So, welcome in. My name is Jet. I don't typically play horror games, but we're playing horror games because it was a fundraised goal. I'm raising funds for an Australia trip. We have a bunch of stretch goals, and so a horror game stream was one of those things, so that's what we're doing. I don't typically play horror games, but we're playing Sharks and Minnows. But we just watched, we're kind of setting up a spooky mood. So we just watched an episode of Paranormal Home Inspectors, which is a spooky adjacent show. It's actually more funny than anything. But we just finished that as the raid came in. We just rolled credits on the first episode. It is a very funny show, but it sets a tone. It's kind of Phasmophobia-esque, but it's like an early 2000s show, I think, mid-2000s, something like that. But so good. But we'll have to run ads soon, but then we'll come back and I'm going to read some spooky stories. And then we will, we'll play Sharks and Minnows. Demonologist is so good. Is it like Phasmophobia? Is it like that style of game, Cretin? Horror games are fun. The scares are amazing. I get scared way too easily. I am a little scaredy baby boy. Like I don't watch horror movies, because I get too scared. I think last year I watched Nope, and then the last time I watched a horror movie was pre-2020. So it's like years in between. I think I probably watched one in like 2018. So we were watching IRL Phasmophobia here. I finally found my people. I've never watched a horror movie, Mutar. Yeah, I am not really a horror movie person. I just get scared. I don't get scared easily, but it's fun to get scared. Oh, I disagree. I don't like being scared. I like things being safe and calm and chill. I like that. I'm just also, I'm very jumpy. So like in person, I can be a bit of a jumpy person. So I just like, you know, I recently watched Alien, but I don't think it counts. Alien, I mean, can be scary. It has some jump scares, but it's got that sci-fi, you know, it's a little bit different, you know? Devin, what did you think of Demonologist? I drive the actors in haunted houses nuts because I don't get scared. Oh yeah, no, you see, I would be terrified. I told a story a little bit ago about, so I don't like surprises, and I don't like surprise parties, like for birthdays and stuff. My 18th birthday, my friends threw me a surprise birthday party, and my best friend at the time asked me to go get coffee, and so we like went got coffee and had like a dessert, and he gave me a gift of, it was a movie. He gave me Labyrinth, the old movie, and I had never seen it before, and he was like, oh, we should go watch it at your house. And so I was like, okay, that sounds fun. It was great. I was like, me hanging out with my best friend, wants to hang out and watch a movie. What more could I want in life? I go to open the door, and typically when I like, I don't know why I did this. Do I still do this? I actually don't know. But anyway, I used to always, like, if I unlocked my front door, I'd always let my guest go in first. Like, I would never walk in first. I would always, like, I wouldn't even, like, really open the door. I would kind of just, like, let them kind of enter in through. Anyway, but he kind of just stood there and just, like, stared at me. And I was like, okay. So I walked in, and it was all dark. And then all of a sudden, people started yelling at me and yelled, surprise, and whatever. I screamed at the top of my lungs. I also clung to the door frame and sort of like slid down and fell. So yeah, I'm not really a scare. I'm not. Yeah, I don't really do very well in those types of environments. Don't think I would. I've never been to a haunted house. Don't think I would go. I think I'm a little bit too scared, but I mean, 1979 jump scares aren't really jump scares, are they? I guess that's fair. I don't know. Aliens is can be kind of scary. My friends are freaking out and hiding behind me while I'm asking the monster for directions, but stick you in a haunted house under the ocean, and that may be a different story. Also, good question. You know, that's my best friend at the time. Oh, I spelled wrong. Not really. We're just. I just haven't. You know. I moved away. You know, it happens. Robert Eggers, the guy who directed the Nosferatu remake, is supposedly doing a sequel or remake to the original Labyrinth. No way. There better be puppets. Toon, welcome in. How are you? Oh no, I had a jet nap. Did I miss anything? We watched Paranormal Home Inspectors. We're about to run ads here in like 5 minutes, and then we will read some spooky stories to get us more into the mood, and then we will play Sharks and Minnows. Alien is one of the best movies ever. It's honestly a good movie. I mean, like, I think I don't watch it just because I you know, Alien's kind of scary. But I have watched it before. It's not bad. Like, I can appreciate it for what it is. So far, Sporty is the only one to freak me out to the point of tears. What? That seems like an extreme. What scared you to the point of tears? Got to get me in the ocean first. Do you not? Are you afraid of the ocean? I can't swim. The game we're playing, we're not in the ocean, but it does involve water. I like its world building. Yeah, that's fair. I've actually played Alien. There was that like squad game. I forgot what it's called, but you should play Alien Isolation? I don't think so. I didn't watch any other film from the series, though. I think I've seen Alien and Aliens. Colonial Marines? No, that doesn't sound right. It was on PlayStation 5. Came out maybe 2 years ago. Fireteam Elite is what I've played. It was honestly not bad. I liked it. I wasn't great at it, but like I chose the support one and role and kind of like help my teammates. Devin, what did you think of Demonologist? Also, friends, maybe at some point I've been trying to get Devin and Cretin to play Peak with me on stream. That might happen sometime. It might not happen. Who knows? I just ask them and I just wait, like the SpongeBob gif of where he's just sitting there at the restaurant with the coffee mug. I just sit there. Sit there waiting. It said after the first movie, the crackling is so cozy. It is, isn't it? But it's supposed to also add a little bit of spoopiness too, you know? Are those crickets or are those ghost crickets? Something to think about. Alien Isolation is one of the best horror games I've ever played, and horror games are definitely my favorite. Yeah, I'm not a horror guy. I like watching things in order, so I have to watch 2 more Alien films to finally watch Alien vs. Predator. There's a something Predator movie coming out soon, right? Today I learned Paul is a Jiffer. You mean today you learned that I'm right? It'll happen. Prove it. I knew you were too good to be true. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, it's I saw a trailer for that one recently. It looked actually kind of interesting. I can't remember what the name of it is though. Do they fall in love with the Predator? I was almost getting that vibe. I was like, is this a romance movie? Okay, unfortunately, I have to run ads. So I've snoozed as much as I can. But we're gonna BRB. We'll run ads for 3 minutes, and then we're gonna come back, and we're gonna read some spoopy stories. So get ready. These are kind of spoopy. These are spoop stories. And then we will get into the game after that. So I hope you know, if you need to grab a drink, grab a snack, grab a comfort plushie to you know, hold on to while I tell a spoopy story. There's that. But anyway, friends, we will be
Take this pause to rejuvenate. Stand, stretch, hydrate. We will be back in just a few moments.
And welcome back. Also, I didn't realize that changing. So, YV is actually in the background over here. Excuse me. I didn't realize that it would change the opacity in the other scene as well. So I was like, oh, he is gone. Hold on. Let me catch up to everything. Oh yeah, that new Predator movie. The new Predator does look really good. It's from the director of Prey. Oh, I never watched that one. Tuna knows movies. I mean, yeah, yes, they do. The only romance a Predator has is the hunt. Do they become friends or something? I was like, I can't tell what's happening here in this trailer. I'm about to play Apex with Saggy and Aqua? What? You're playing Apex? Amazing. Human falling in love with Predator sounds like an Adult Swim episode. It does, doesn't it? Tuna's playing Apex. I love that you call them Tuna. I've been calling them Toon, but maybe I should start calling them Tuna. Hope I don't nap again. Hopefully the stories are scary enough. Also, again, Raiders, thank you so much. Devin, Cretin, thank you again for the raids. I can't remember if it gave the shout out to Cretin, but there you go. Thank you again so much for coming in on the raids. If you guys are here for scary stuff, we're going to read some scary stories. Again, typically we're very cozy. I tend to like detective games, indie games, mysteries, chill stuff. I don't typically play horror games, but I decided since we're doing a horror stream, we'll get into the mood. Today's game is going to be something called Sharks and Minnows, which doesn't have ghosts or anything, but it's like sort of a liminal space type of game with a shark or multiple sharks. Unsure. But it seems really interesting and weird. But the community voted on it, so that's why we're doing that. We also have some jump scare alerts for donations to the Australia trip. I'm trying to go see my friends in Australia, and hopefully have some fun while I'm down there. So, anyway, I have now. We're gonna move to the scary story portion of the stream. I heard liminal space, and that's my favorite aesthetic. So yeah, that's kind of what this game is. But before we do, I've got some spooky stories. I feel like, is it more spooky if I'm here? Is it more spooky if I'm like by the campfire? What's spookier? Spooky? Or is it an equal amount of spook? How much spook? Rate the spoopiness. This? Or like this? If I was telling you a story. What do you guys think? Tell me what's more spoopy. Does this put you more in a spoopy mood because I'm by the fire? Or would you rather have me in Lorge? This one? Okay. Then we can do this. I have this over here. I wonder if it's better. I can move. I have this on my other monitor, but actually it's probably better over here so that you guys can actually like. So I'm looking more closer to you guys and I can see chat and stuff. All right. I'm gonna try to talk lower, so that it sounds a bit like, I don't know. Sounds like we're by the campfire, and I'm trying to tell you a story. So this is I'm pulling these off of Reddit. Spooky stuff already. Reddit. Imagine the spooky stuff on Reddit. This is a post by someone. The title of it is, "I'm a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service. I've some stories to tell." I wasn't sure where else to post these stories, so I figured I'd share them here. I've been an SAR officer for a few years now, and along the way, I've seen some things that I think you guys will be interested in. Looks around the campfire. I have a pretty good track record for finding missing people. These are like several stories written by the same person. I have a pretty good track record for finding missing people. Most of the time, they just wander off the path or slip down a small cliff and they can't find their way back. The majority of them have heard the old stay where you are thing and they don't wander far. But I've had 2 cases where that didn't happen. Both bother me a lot, and I use them as motivation to search even harder on the missing persons cases I get called on. The first was a little boy who was out berry picking with his parents. He and his sister were together, and both of them went missing around the same time. Pause for sound effects. Their parents lost sight of them for a few seconds. And in that time, both the kids apparently wandered off. When their parents couldn't find them, they called us. And when we came out to the search area, we found the daughter pretty quickly. And we asked where her brother was. She told us that he'd been taken away by the bear man. She said he gave her berries and told her to stay quiet. The last she saw of her brother, he was riding on the shoulders of the bear man and seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was abduction, but we never found a trace of another human being in that area. Eurobani, welcome in. How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Different mood entirely. Euro, welcome in. How was art today? I'm reading a scary story. Right now, we're playing a spoopy game today. We're gonna play Sharks and Minnows. I'm reading a spoopy story. Once I finish this one, I'll run the raid video to not break up the mood. But welcome in, Raiders. Excuse me. Fool's Arcade, welcome in. How are you? So we're playing a game called Sharks and Minnows. I'm reading spooky stories to get us into the mood of spooky stuff. But friends, if you're not following Euro, please do. Euro is a very talented artist. I was in there watching their stream 2 days ago, yesterday. I can't remember when. And every time I'm just like, the art here is fantastic. So very good. But let me continue. So the story is from a guy who works for the fire and rescue. There are 2 children who've been missing. And the girl says that her brother was taken by the bear man. The last she saw of her brother, he was riding on the shoulders of the bear man and seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was abduction, but we never found a trace of another human being in that area. The little girl was also insistent that he wasn't a normal man, but that he was tall and covered in hair like a bear, and that he had a weird face. We searched the area for weeks. It was one of the longest calls I've ever been on, but we never found a single trace of that kid. The other was a young woman who was out hiking with her mom and grandpa. According to the mother, her daughter had climbed up a tree to get a better view of the forest, and she'd never come back down. They waited at the base of the tree for hours, calling her name before they called for help. Again, we searched everywhere, and we never found a trace of her. I have no idea where she could have possibly gone, but neither her mother or grandpa saw her come down. Dang, where'd she go? Yeah, no, we don't. No, interrupt. No, you're totally good. So, okay, so this person continues writing some stories, and we'll get to those. But to welcome in the Raiders, we have a raid video. Enjoy. Hi, Raiders. I'm Jet, your 4th favorite streamer. Yeah, forth. You know, the guy you end up with when your favorites are offline and you misclicked my channel. Before we dive in, snapsicles, this is a family-friendly stream. Please keep your chats cozy and clean or my mods will be on you like a pack of wild pumas. Looking for a triple threat? Gaming, chatting, and looks? Well, let me tell you why I'm called Triple Jet. When it comes to gaming, we dive into puzzles, indie games, RPGs, and mysteries. But the biggest mystery of all will be why you're still watching. Like to chat? Well, we get so derailed it's like we're a train to nowhere and I'm your conductor. Choo choo. And when it comes to looks, I am like the solar eclipse, best not to look at. Now, if you want a good streamer, follow the creators I just linked in chat. They will obliterate my stream like a snap from Thanos. Mr. Bezos, I don't feel so good. But if you like the wonderfully wrecked vibe of a beat-up pinata, then you're in the right place. The candy's mostly gone, but we can still keep it sweet. So drop a follow and we'll make this Siesta Fiesta the absolute besta. Got a jet? And welcome back, everybody. And Chef Nova, welcome in. Welcome in on the raid. By the way, Euro, I was going to ask you a question. Do you know VGen? Are you on VGen? By any chance? You know what I'm talking about? Once again, that wasn't me. Yeah, it wasn't wasn't too much True Bear. It wasn't our bear. I love a beat up pinata. I honestly, every time I watch it, I'm very proud of my Siesta Fiesta line. That was one of those where like I came up with that like early on, and I was like, I need to use that. I need to figure out of like how to work that into the script. I know videos, but I haven't used it myself. Okay. I was wondering if you were on it and if you recommended it or whatever. But I was looking at it a couple days ago. But anyway, okay. That's it. Well, if you do use it, let me know what you think of it and all of that. But okay, so this is still, I have some more stories from this search and rescue officer. This is off of Reddit. He has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more stories. Some of them are pretty short though. They're just telling stories of weird things that have happened while working on their job. I've heard mixed opinions. Apparently the client pool is pretty good, but the fees, ooh, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I know like their like benefit is supposed to be that you know that the artists aren't using like generative AI stuff. But I haven't looked into like fees and things at all, but it seems interesting. Like that seems like a good way to do it, but I don't know. Anyway, I was just curious if you were on it. But, also, again, apologies for people if you're not a spooky story person or if you're not like a horror game person. I am not. This is all because I've been fundraising a trip to Australia, and we've hit the main goal, and we're now just doing stretch goals. Our current stretch goal is that I will play League of Legends on stream, but having a horror stream was one of our stretch goals, and we met that a little bit ago. So that's why we're doing this. So I figured I'd just go all out and set the mood and all that, but I typically don't like horror games. I don't like scary movies. I get scared way too easily. Yeah, they're anti-AI and have a rating system, so I get why clients prefer it. Not closed to trying it out. It's just not in the plans right now. No, that's totally fair. I see on the Twitch subreddit, as well as I'm on the indie game dev subreddit, and there's a lot of mentions of like people who get like fooled into buying AI art, or don't really know that that's what they're looking at. But and so people are always looking for different platforms, and VGen I've seen get recommended a couple of times by people. So I was like, okay, maybe I should look into that. For like putting my stuff on there, but actually I saw someone on the indie game dev subreddit posted something where they hired someone to make their like their capsule, like their that image when you're looking at Steam games, and it's like the, you know, anyway, the horizontal image, where it has like the logo typically and whatever. They hired someone to do it, and he was like, I'm pretty sure this is AI. And they're like, no, it isn't. And they showed him then like a screenshot of Photoshop, and the layer names in Photoshop were like Chat GPT prompt blah 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 blah. Like they had just, which is it would have been then like whatever the file name was, because like if you drag and drop a file name into Photoshop, it'll just call that layer the file name. And so they didn't even hide it. It's so just what, yeah, and they paid like several $100s for it. So anyway, they're like, dude, this is obviously AI. Like you can't hide this. They even tried to like use another AI to make it like a sketch, to make it look like a sketch, but it wasn't like one for one. It was like, it showed like a man in like a marble, I think, or like in some kind of bubble. I can't remember what the game is. I think it's marble related. So there's like a person inside of a marble. But they're like, look, here's the close up, and here's like the sketch of it, and it's like not the same guy at all even. So anyway, I was like, okay. So, but some of the comments were like, you should look at ArtStation or VGen or Etsy, but they're like, it kind of depends on Etsy, or just ask around or whatever. But oh, they got this guy off of Fiverr, which Fiverr has, I mean, there are some legitimate artists on Fiverr, but in my experience, it's mostly been like either people just using like templates that are like, they have already pre-made eyes and faces, and they're just throwing things together and just giving it to you, or Jinx, both of you say with the exact same, no, Fiverr is accessible. Yeah, Fiverr is accessible. I think those are impossible to get rid of now, but as far as I know, VGen does ban them if they find out, so there's that. That's good. And Lego, welcome in, how are you? Yeah, so, was just like, okay, so anyway, I was looking at that, but yeah, a lot of people recommended VGen, so I was like, oh, maybe I'll look into that. Good for 7 a.m. Well, welcome in. We're telling spooky stories. I'm reading some spooky stories to get us into the mood of our horror game. A fun fact, so when I was really a scary, this is a scary story. When I first started streaming, I was like making art stuff for my stream. I was like the stream's design has changed over time. I made some different starting soon screens and some different whatever. I was spending so much time on that I was like, I don't want to spend time on emotes, because also so I was not on Twitch really before I started streaming. And all of the emotes that I saw at the time had like that like very specific streamer style that's like basically the Fiverr artists. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like they all have a very like the emotes are like cartoonish, but like with some slight realistic detail, but like, so they're not like chibi really, but it's anyway, it's almost like what's that called? Like you know when you go to like a fair and there's like a person that, what is that called? What is that? It's like on the tip of my tongue. It's like an exaggerated style, a caricature. Yes, yeah, it's more of like a character. I know what you mean. Yeah, so I kind of thought that was just what was expected of emotes, because that, like everyone that I did see had that same style. So I was like, oh, I was like, I don't really do this. I should hire somebody to do that while I work on all this other art stuff for my stream. And so I hired someone to make one emote for me. I think it was only one. and it was a laughing emote, and it was terrible. And I used it for a bit, but it was like so bad. It like didn't really look like me. Again, it was like they probably just took stock pieces and just like, you know, made something that looked approximately like me. It's almost also like if you were making it in like Illustrator versus like Photoshop or something. There's something. It's not. It doesn't look hand drawn. Not even like it's not using like brush strokes. It's all kind of like a pen tool, like vector, you know, whatever. Anyway, vector lines and whatever. So anyway, it has like a very unique style, but not a good one. So anyway, it was bad. And then I was like, I think at that point I was like, oh, it's as I watched Twitch more and watched different people, I realized like, oh no, people just have like wildly different emotes. I think what was happening was I mostly watched other creators who were just starting, which those are typically the people who end up like buying like sort of like these clip art emotes and stuff. So that was all I was seeing, and so I was like, okay, I get it now. So then I started doing all my emotes, and I should show you guys the old one. I think I have it somewhere. Hold on. Do I still have it here? It may be. I may have just backed it up now at this point. Oh my gosh, wait. Yeah. Wait, is this it? Yeah, this is it. Do I have a bigger version of this? Oh, wait, no. Okay, I remember what happened. So this is quite not it. Because I remember what they gave me. Dads, welcome in. What they gave me didn't look like me enough. And so I went in and changed it. But like, the shape of it is there. But it's still not great. Your emotes are great. I love them. Oh, thank you. Your emotes are incredible. So I appreciate that. I wish I had the like original. I'm sure I have it. I'll have to find it. It would have been great if I had it here because it would definitely be a jump scare. It was bad. Anyway. Okay, so let us we'll go back to our spoopy stories. Yeah, so we'll go back to our spoopy stories. We're telling spoopy stories, then we're gonna get into the game, into Sharks and Minnows. But so this is again, these are some stories from someone who says that they are a search and rescue officer in the U.S. Forest Service. And some of these are shorter snippets, but they're just kind of telling, these are some weird things that have happened. A few times, I've been out on my own, searching with a canine. And they've tried to lead me straight up cliffs. Not hills, not even rock faces. Straight, sheer cliffs with no possible handholds. It's always baffling, and in those cases, we usually find the person on the other side of the cliff or miles away from where their canine has held us. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it's sort of strange. One particularly sad case involved the recovery of a body. A 9-year-old girl fell down an embankment and got impaled on a dead tree at the base. It was a complete freak accident, but I'll never forget the sound her mother made when we told her what had happened. She saw the body bag being loaded into the ambulance, and she let out the most haunting, heartbroken wail I've ever heard. It was like her whole life was crashing down around her, and a part of her had died with her daughter. I mean, yeah, it's understandable. Another story. I was teamed up with another SAR officer because we received reports of bears in the area. We were looking for a guy who hadn't come home from a climbing trip when he was supposed to. But we ended up having to do some serious climbing to get to where we figured he'd be. We found him trapped in a small crevasse with a broken leg. It was not pleasant. That's how you read. He'd been there for almost 2 days, and his leg was obviously infected. We were able to get him into a chopper, and I heard from one of the EMTs that the guy was absolutely inconsolable. I mean, yeah, that's understandable. I feel like what the guy who's writing us, he says these are strange, but I'm like, no, he was trapped for 2 days. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Anyway, to continue, he kept talking about how he'd been doing fine, and when he'd gotten to the top, a man had been there. He said the guy had no climbing equipment, and he was wearing a parka and ski pants. He walked up to the guy, and when the guy turned around, he said he had no face. It was just blank. He freaked out and ended up trying to get off the mountain too fast, which is why he'd fallen. He said he could hear the guy all night, climbing down the mountain and letting out horrible muffled screams. That story bothered the hell out of me. I'm glad I wasn't there to hear it. Okay, that part is not as understandable. That's fair. That is fair. Parka man without a face. Not my friend. Okay. One of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search for a young woman who'd gotten separated from her hiking group. We were out until late at night because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curled up under a large rotted log. She was missing her shoes and pack, and she was clearly in shock. She didn't have any injuries, and we were able to get her to walk with us back to base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking why that big man with black eyes was following us. We couldn't see anyone, so we just wrote it off as some weird symptom of shock. But the closer we got to base, the more agitated this man got. She kept asking me to tell him to stop making faces at her. At one point, she stopped and turned around and started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him, she said, and she wouldn't give us to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from all around us. It was almost like coughing, but more rhythmic and deeper. It was almost insect-like. I didn't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me, and her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine. Her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at the scar on your neck." I have a very small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar, and I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right as she says it, I hear that weird coughing right in my ear, and I just about jumped out of my skin. I hustled her to ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was, but I have to say, I was really happy when we left the area that night. What could it have been? The coughing man. Makes you think. I don't know what of, but it makes you think, everybody. Okay. Let me see. Is this one scary? That was just me. I'm sorry, I'm allergic. Maybe a train passing by could rattle her shirt collar down slightly enough so that the scar is visible. We need Brian on the case. I'm thinking. Yeah, I mean, Brian would be like, you're outside, people have allergies. It was probably just one of the other rescue people. Okay, hold on. This one's not very scary, so we won't read that one. Okay. Here's one, and then I have a scary story. Oh, a personal scary story? But here's another one that we'll read. This one is called, this is again on Reddit. This one is called, my wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying. Spooky wife. My wife, Lynn, and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea, and that's fine. But that's what's so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen, making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of coffee as I hurried down the hall. And there we go. Oh, look at Birdie. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. How was Escape from Tarkov? Pause the story, everybody. Birdie, welcome in. We are currently telling a spoopy story. We're going to be playing a horror game today called Sharks and Minnows. So I'm reading spooky stories. And Rickard Eckberg, another double raid today. So many raids. Welcome in. Hello, how are you? Okay, we will pause the story. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Oh, look at Birdie. It was scary too. Is Escape from Tarkov scary?
This
Raiders, I have a raid video for you. Enjoy. Hi Raiders, I'm Jet, your 4th favorite streamer. Yeah, 4th. You know, the guy you end up with when your favorites are offline and you misclicked my channel. Before we dive in, Snapsicles, this is a family-friendly stream. Please keep your chats cozy and clean or my mods will be on you like a pack of wild pumas. Looking for a triple threat? Gaming, chatting, and looks? Well, let me tell you why I'm called Triple Jet. When it comes to gaming, we dive into puzzles, indie games, RPGs, and mysteries. But the biggest mystery of all will be why you're still watching. Like to chat? Well, we get so derailed it's like we're a train to nowhere and I'm your conductor. Choo choo. And when it comes to looks, I am like the solar eclipse, best not to look at. Now, if you want a good streamer, follow the creators I just linked in chat. They will obliterate my stream like a snap from Thanos. Mr. Bezos, I don't feel so good. But if you like the wonderfully wrecked vibe of a beat-up pinata, then you're in the right place. The candy's mostly gone, but we can still keep it sweet. So drop a follow and we'll make this siesta fiesta the absolute besta. Got a jet? Welcome back, everybody. And sorry, yeah, it looks like for some reason Automod didn't like the word package, but I've approved them. So apologies for that. Also, it didn't like package, and then it had E highlighted in one of the other words. So package E, apparently not allowed by Automod. It also wasn't even like the E in the next word. It's like E 10 words later. But welcome in, everybody. Oh, look, a birdie. Thank you so much for the raid. How was Tarkov? Rickard Ekberg, welcome in. How was your just chatting? What did you do today? Automod does not have. I apologize. And Dandrean, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. You did not need to do that. And we're in a hype train. I did not. Welcome in, and thank you for that. That's very kind of you. McCracken96, Top Mod Fish, Metal Card, Ray V2, and Ashley Rose 25 of you were gifted a sub. Make sure you say thank you. That is very kind, very much appreciative. You know, sometimes it is actually dangerous to give gifts here. That is correct. Danny, you are correct. Let me say hi to everyone, and then you'll see why. And then you'll see why. By the way, we're playing a horror game today. I am not much of a horror game streamer. I get scared very easily. And Astrobot, how are you enjoying it? And Bear, thank you also for 5 gifted subs. I have not played Astrobot, but I watched a friend of ours, YV1, play it, and it seems like such a wonderful game. But Anud Giz, welcome in. Also, there are some follows. Sugar Skulls, thank you so much for the follow. And Kentson, thank you for the follow as well. Rickard and Aline, am I saying that correct? Legion Raid has the package we are looking for. Also, is there, if there's a faint fart smell in the elevator, it wasn't me, just saying. Amazing. Is that? Look at your Sailor Moon. That is incredible. I love that. Anud Goose, welcome in. Pinup Mariposa, welcome in. Jacob, hello. Oracle, welcome in. Dandrean, Sugar Skulls, saying hello to everyone. Valkyrie Beards, welcome back. How are you?
Will soon be your favorite.
Fusel, wait, I can't remember how to say your name. Fusel Lamplacat. Also, did it do the Rickard shout out? I don't think it did. Rickard shout out? Rickard shout out. There we go. If you're not following if you're not following Oh Look a Birdie, make sure you follow them. If you're not following Rickard, please go do so. Still love that. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Okay, I did. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm saying that it's still holding some of this back. We played Astrobot on PS5, shredded guitar, sang, played piano, yapped, and just were weird for a bit in the middle there. You know what? I love all of that. But too much to bear. Thank you again for 5 gifted subs. Frankie Plays, Dash ZTV, Valkyrie Beards, Anna Kenley, Shadow Panthers. If you were gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you. That's very kind of you. But again, you know that it's dangerous to give so much here. There's so many throwbacks to older games. So good. Did you grow up on PlayStation games? How was Rickard's stream? How was Birdie's stream? Look, these emotes are so good. But for those who have not seen, I don't know if you know this or not, if this is your first time here, but it is actually dangerous to gift so much here. Because sometimes when people are very generous,
Suddenly, things become quiet. Outside, trees rustle and sway. A breeze tugs at your hair as you feel the ground below you shake.
Oh no?
Oh no. You know what it is.
What is
A
it?
big gifter.
A big gifter? Dandrean and Too Much to Bear, thank you so much for the gifted subs. McCracken96, Top Mod Fish, Metal Card, Ravy2, Ashley Rose 85. Make sure you say thank you to Dandrean. And where's the list? Frankie Plays, Dash ZTV, Valkyrie Beards, Anna Kenley, Shadow Panthers. Make sure you say thank you to Bear. Look at all of the generosity that is just shooting out from the ground. It's incredible, the generosity. Will you guys save me from the big gifter? I don't know if you will. I don't think it's gonna happen. That's okay, because look at all the generosity, the kindness. It's amazing. You guys are wonderful. But good thing I did not get hit by one of these lasers. But thank you. Thank you for the kindness and for being here. You guys are amazing. We needed the carriers, but no, it's so good. But thank you guys for being here. And then again, you guys didn't have to be so generous and kind, but I appreciate it. Let me put myself back on this log. Let me put you guys back on the stream here. We're reading some spooky stories.
It's time to disembark as the hype train nears its end. Thank you, friends.
And thank you, everybody. Thank you for that level 3 hype train. And thank you for, so many subs. Thank you for, I have the ghost of Wivey next to me to keep me company. Gotta raid and run. Thank you for reading my raid message, of course. You have the best raid messages, Rickard. And thank you again for the raid. Very kind of you to bring your community here. I hope you have a good night. I know it's late over there. We are going to read some spooky stories. And then, and Birdie, I had to raid and run as well. Hey, that is totally fine as well. I know it's late for you too. Please get some rest. Please, get some rest. Relax. I hope you have wonderful weekends, both you and Rickard. Enjoy the Legion and chat. Much love, Rickard. Have a good night. Thank you for coming in. So we are reading some spooky stories before we get into the game. I'm gonna restart. You're going bird watching tomorrow? Fantastic. I love that. I'm going to restart this just the story for the people who are just coming in, so that way you kind of know what's happening. We didn't get very far into it, but and then we're playing Sharks and Minnows. So this is the story. My wife Lynn and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea, and that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I'd seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door, when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long, dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn my lips. Geez, Lynn, I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. You scared the poop out of me. He didn't say poop, but just so you know. She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird and just totally out of character for her, like I said. But I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her a weirdo as I shut the door behind me. I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. I didn't bring it up, and neither did she, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m., and I had woken up to get a drink. As I was standing at the kitchen island, jug of OJ in hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes and grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed. I'll admit it, not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason, at that moment, I was scared. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even yell at her. I just stood there, frozen in shock, wondering what had possessed her to do that. It took me a little bit longer than I'd like to admit to go up the stairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side asleep, or at least pretending to be. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing to be sure she was really asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed, but she didn't. I climbed into bed and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft and deep, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. "What was that about last night?" I asked, keeping my tone light. I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again, from over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help but join her. "You creep me out sometimes, you know that?" I said. She giggled and set her cup up on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even," she teased. What a weird thing to say. I don't know. Is that a tease? We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but it still didn't sit right with me. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once, she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all had the trunk's hinges not given her away. She'd had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth she was doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand what she was doing, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy. Whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me, I felt stupid and a little crazy, but after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then, a few days ago, things got so much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple of games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m., I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked so giddy and completely deranged. I was terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the crazy stuff anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly, I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond pissed at being made to feel scared in my own house and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some joke? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. I snapped. This is getting really annoying. I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk, but instead I heard a faint moan. So quiet, I wondered if I heard it at all, and then complete silence. Lynn? I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just stop it, I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before, but there was nothing, just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared, too afraid to open the door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in the bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her peeking back at me, but thankfully I didn't. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door and mentally preparing myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan, louder than before, but this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion, and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque, gaping smile I've ever seen. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow, I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold, maybe a little bit of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers, and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house, about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash in rage. Furious at her nonchalant attitude, my brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers. By the way, ads are going to play in about a minute. I don't think we'll stop trying ads because the story keeps going for a little bit longer. Apologies for people who are not subbed. But I can't because we delayed ads so many times before. That got me. Anonymous. That was spoopy. It's because we were talking in the middle of the story. Scary story. That made me jump. Thank you for the $10 for our League of Legends stream. That one did not get me. But thank you. For wait, did it? Yeah, someone played it twice. Anonymous, thank you for the $20. A third time. Look, you had me the first time. You had me once. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for the donos. Appreciate it. I only did the first one. Well, a couple other people have chimed in. Thank you so much. Getting us closer to our Australia goal of our League of Legends stream. Talk about a horror stream. Unbelievable. The other two were done by Lynn, so probably. Okay, let us continue. So, or it's possible. I wonder if it says it happened 3 times, but maybe it didn't. Maybe it only happened once. Maybe my alerts are broken. Maybe just every horror alert is just gonna play it 3 times. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be a thing? Anyway, but thank you so much for the $10. Appreciate it. So, okay. I threw my phone at the dash in a rage. Bonus alerts? Yeah, it might be. I wonder, let me double check. Is that happening 3 times? I feel like I should know. It's not supposed to. But it's also possible that I did something wrong. Yeah, it was only yours. So I don't know why it played 3 times. That is curious. Danny, thank you.
Crikey.
Wait, why? So very odd. I wonder... Hold on. No, that's right. So it's definitely, for some reason, it's playing 3 times. I don't know why. What's up with that? That is it is, but I don't know why it's broke. Maybe, hold on. So it should do it again. Yeah, it's good. I'm watching you, Bilbo. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's just... I don't know. It's very odd. But thank you so much for the $5 as well. Getting us closer to our next stretch goal. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's haunted. That's why. So I threw my phone at the dash in a rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. Also, ads are over. People should be back from ads. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me. Excuse me. Especially dressed in just a pair of boxers. But told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him Lynn and I had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting. Leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she had been in there with me the entire time, my skin... Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of Lynn's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call Lynn at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy stuff. I wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that when that familiar feeling came over me. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. I just saw you said don't change it. We'll see. I don't know what'll happen next time. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Lynn, are you crazy? What is wrong with you? Just go home," I shouted. "Now!" Gigi, welcome in. She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs, as if Lynn could hear them from her place outside. Oh, as if Lynn could hear them from her place outside. Her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to see him and his wife, Rebecca, hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she had been there at all was 2 streaks of drool dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up to see Lynn watching me through their window. They were skeptical. Who wouldn't be? Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there was no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal, probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my cell off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her. That no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. That thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her, give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw dozens of texts from her. She'd sent all seemingly concerned. Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home. And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a one addressing the crazy stuff she pulled. Like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from the situation, but if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal. Magical, welcome in. But if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry because it's not my place, but is this fight something that can be mended? Rebecca asked. She made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming too nosy. I don't know, she's like a different person, I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the craziness I'd been dealing with. People change, Ben, but she's still the same woman you married. Valkyrie Beards, how are you? Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed, she said. Ever the peacemaker. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her, I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife, but how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound appealing. I came in with Rickard's raid within my phone. I saw your raid message. You also were gifted a sub. But welcome in. We're reading a spooky story before getting into the game for today. So Magical, you have not missed it. If you're concerned about that. Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed, she said. I don't know about that, I said. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Very much unlike the Lynn I know, Rebecca said, shaking her head softly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink in. And when they did, I felt dread worming its way through my skin. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Rebecca nodded casually, as if that fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't. She stopped by this morning, just after Chris left with her. Oh, gosh. Bilbo! Danny, thank you for the $5. Again, towards the we're at 95 of our 150 for a League of Legends stream. It's gonna play again! Or is it? No, it is gonna play again. Why is it doing it twice? And it's doing it... Wait a minute. Yeah, it's doing it weird, actually. There is something else. There's something else that's triggering the... Oh, okay, wait. This is one of those things. Okay, so I found one of them. But I don't know why the alert was playing twice. But maybe I fixed it. I at least know I can see one of the messages is incorrect. Anyway, it's Nadine. Yeah, it is Nadine. Okay. I still want to catch the VOD from the beginning of the stream. We chatted for a bit. We watched an episode of Paranormal Home Inspectors, and then we've had just so many raids today. But then and then we've been reading a couple of spooky stories. And we're almost done with this one. Then I have a spooky story, and then we'll get into the game. You haven't really missed out that much, but all right. This one's almost done. So Rebecca says that Lynn stopped by this morning. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work. She said cleaning the plates from the table. I didn't see her car, though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. Beck, what did she say? Did she come inside? I asked. Sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep. She said as she washed the dishes. That's all? She didn't say anything else? I asked. No, she looked awful, though. Like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love her and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly, she was very sick. I don't know why that makes me laugh, but anyway. If she was sick, which I truly believe she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed, but I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what were they going to tell? What the hell was I going to tell them? Then my wife was peeking at me, that she was being creepy. As bizarre as she'd been, she hadn't committed any crime. Not yet, anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting, but this wasn't a prank. It felt wrong, dangerous even, like something sinister lurked behind the smile. Danny has identified you as someone to harass, I see. I mean, I think... You know what's funny is I was like, I don't know if the jump scares are gonna make me jump. I'm far too brave. And it maybe being in like the studio lights wouldn't be scary, but apparently I'm wrong. My natural jumpiness has been foiled. Okay, I knew as her husband, I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I was lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. Goodness. I've had plenty of practice with jump scares on record. So this is the only time we have jump scares. We've never had jump scare alerts ever. So you're doing well. I didn't want to, believe me. Her mother, Marianne, and I were never on best of terms. We'd never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I only met her twice, and both times were for short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Lynn always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to She didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I really needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did. So I grit my teeth and did what I had to. Yes, she answered, already sounding irritated. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk? I asked, and I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss, Benjamin? She said coolly. It's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely. I was just wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. I was quickly interrupted. It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is it that you want from me? She asked. I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. I wanted to know if you've ever noticed any odd behavior or possibly any mental health issues, I asked. There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was... There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was just thinking or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if it is, I don't find the humor in it. Now, I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, she said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I've worried about her, and I figured, as her mother, you would be as well, I said, my frustration evident in my voice. If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me. She snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn, I tried. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she was trying to hold her steely persona together but failing. Marianne, what's wrong? I started. Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Goodbye. I tried to call out to her, but she hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me, but if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. After a while, I almost gave up until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help, she said. Those words with a bit of... She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that, as if they were very important. Time to call the exorcist. Exactly. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals. Wait, is that actually what she meant? Is that where this is going? But maybe she was referring to someone else, someone that she didn't for some reason feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet. Why wouldn't you, though? Okay. But I told them about our last encounter, how she had hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked. Okay, I'm glad that he at least said something. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just said that Lynn was just playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube, Rebecca offered, if only half-heartedly. It's just a prank, bro. Is what Rebecca offered. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled it through the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there. But I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second, I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked into the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. What do you guys use to clean the floors around here? Poop? Chris mumbled. Shut up, I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left it just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room carefully, deadly quiet. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. Why are you looking under the couch? Chris asked eventually. Aren't we looking for your wife? He was looking at me like I was a moron. Let's just go upstairs. I feel like something bad's gonna happen to Chris, maybe. Let's go upstairs, I whispered. He shook his head, but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare room. Why would he shake his head? Anyway, on the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of Lynn and my wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass removed. I feel like the writing of this was better at the beginning and flowed better. I feel like I'm having trouble reading it now, just the way some of the sentences are structured. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church, after saying our vows. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at Lynn's beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it had been touched since, or it hadn't been, excuse me. The coffee is getting to me. As if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. I don't think she's here, Ben. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something, Chris said. I nodded and we went to the bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside the closet, I came across the source of the smell and gagged. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking in the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid in pairs. Some were as large as a quarter, while others were as tiny as a marble. What? Are they real? Why are they so tiny? I stared down at the eyes she'd collected. Okay, explain. Should have just kept reading. I stared down at the eyes she'd collected from small animals, and I wondered how she'd gotten them and shuddered at the thought. Man, I thought I had it bad with Rebecca's shoe addiction. But your wife's in here collecting eyeballs, Chris said, gagging. It's unhelpful, Chris. Ben, I think we should go, he called from the hall. I'm getting nauseous. All right, I grabbed my duffel. You think? All right, I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door on my new nightmare. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rot on my tongue, and I couldn't help but gag. Who lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? Chris mumbled. I tried to tell you she needed help, I said. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs an exorcist. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell any. Wait. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs an exorcist, he said. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell any. His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wider with fear. I didn't ask why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyeballs in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. My wife. She had her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making, a sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving, to say the least. Wide eyes and that same huge smile. So many eyes. Now that she knew she had been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making. Sorry, for some reason that emote always makes me laugh, because I always think of that with the lips emoji. Always makes me laugh a little bit. Where I lost my place. Smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. Wait, not that one. Is that a normal emoji? Is that what it looks like? Is that a normal emoji, or is that an emote? No, it is. Oh, whenever people do the eye, mouth, eye, it always makes me laugh a little bit. Is that actually an emoji? I've never used that before. Everything told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted she was, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. Lynn, I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbled back and forth in two quick little movements as if she were nodding. Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that? I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. I love you, Lynn, I said softly, taking another step closer. She let out a tiny moan escape her wide mouth. She let a tiny moan escape her wide open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. Lynn, are you hurt? You're bleeding. She bobbled her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up her throat, my throat. That didn't make sense. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out of her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. Lynn, you're bleeding, I said instinctively. I reached out to take her hand, but before I could touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my butt. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. You all right in there, Chris? Chris, where have you been? You all right in there? Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to Lynn's face, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore, and she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. Are you bleeding? Chris, run! Go! I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted with rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. Okay, we're almost done. Lynn, Chris said, you playing hide and seek? I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. Move, Chris, I said. Oh. Move, Chris, I said, as quietly but as firmly as I could. Lynn bobbled her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation. I only want to help, I said, choking back tears. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I took her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she went, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word. I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with 911. I watched the rearview mirror. I watched the rearview mirror. Sure, I'd see her there running after us, but I never did. I went straight to the ER and got 11 stitches in my arm, 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, of course, but Lynn wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. Somehow I just knew. I dropped Chris off at home and I went to a motel an hour away. Why would you do that? I wanted to put as much distance between me and Lynn as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her. Maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now I don't think so, because 40 minutes ago, I got a text from an unknown number, just 3 words. I found you. And a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. ... And that's the end. Some of the comments are, does anyone know if this man is okay? Dude, I hope you're safe. Bro. Anyway. By the way, if this is unclear, this is supposed to be true. So, there you go. All right, that was a bit longer than I thought it was going to be. So I'm not going to tell my story. I love that email. It's such a good email. Well, my story's very short. It's not even really like I don't know. It's not even that scary. But so why the eyeballs? Is she possessed? Yeah, that's a little bit unexplained. So one time I was hanging out with a friend of mine. Hanging out with a friend of mine, and I went to go drop him off. This was like, when would this have been? 16 years ago, something like that. 17 years ago. Oh, and Frankie Plays, welcome in. This is about 16 years ago. Hanging out with a friend of mine, and I was dropping him off back at his house, because I drove. And we were sitting in his driveway, and I was like, the way the driveway was, it wasn't like the driveway was looking at his house. It's like pointed out, like, because it's like a curved one. Came across with the lovely Raiders, but I've been very lurky before bed. Defo bedtime. Good night. Have a good rest of the stream. Frankie, thank you so much. I hope you have a great day. Appreciate it. Or a great night. Get some good sleep. So the driveway kind of faces out a little bit, so you can see more of like the houses in the background. The next, like some of the houses are sort of like far away. So we were just chatting while sitting in my car, and I can't remember how it came up, but I started asking him, like, just how things are, how's life been, you know, etc., etc. And he was like, things have been okay, but I could tell, like, he wasn't fully... I felt like he was kind of holding back. And so I was like, oh, I mean, like, you can tell me anything, like, you know, you don't have to worry about, you know, if you know you're offended or not, you want to offend me, and you know, whatever, like, you know, you can tell me whatever. And he's like, well, okay. And he told me, he was like, you know, I've always been somebody who like I've seen weird things since I was a kid. And I was like, oh, like what kind of weird things? And he was like some unexplainable things. The one that I remember, I think he told me a couple. But the one that I remember is he said, like, for one, he said that weird things would always happen. And when they would happen, there would be a, like, in his vicinity, there would always be a light blinking. There would always be like a light going on and off. And that's how he would know that something like weird was happening. And so he said that one time, when he was little, he looked outside his window because the street lamp was flashing. And he said that he looked out the window and he saw there was a, I believe it was, there was a dog on a leash, but the leash was being held up, but there was nobody holding the leash. And the dog was also only the front half of a dog. So it didn't have a back half. And it was just open, like he could see inside the dog. So it was only the front half of a dog with the leash like up in the air. And he said that was one of the first weird things he noticed. He told me another story, and I honestly don't remember what it was. But I remember that it involved time to order the MRI. Wait, what? But he also mentioned that there was another light that was going on and off. And he said, you know, basically he had said that I think also then something recent had happened to him. And he was just sort of like, sometimes at night he gets scared because of like, whatever. Because I guess a lot of this stuff happens at night. And he doesn't really tell people about it because he feels like people would think he was weird. But then as he is telling me the story, if I start saying only half a dog, I'm checking for a brain tumor. Okay, well, fair. As we are talking, and as he is telling me this, I start to notice that, like 6 houses down, there is, like, a garage and, like, one of those, like, lantern lights next to the garage. It's flickering. Like, it's going on and off. And, I was like, oh, like that? And he looks over and he sees that there is a light going on and off. And he was like, I think I should go. And so because we were in his driveway, I let him inside and I drove home, and I was terrified. And I mean, nothing bad happened to me, but I was just like, okay, okay, all right, this is terrifying. So anyway, weird thing that happened to me. That's my scary story. So, what a coincidence. But anyway, I didn't see any half dogs, and I can't remember what the other story was, but I remember it was another like weird thing, like something that like just didn't make sense or whatever. But anyway, that's my scary story. But Brian would claim faulty wiring. He would. Brian would be like, "This is an old house. It was a windy day." It actually was very windy. I will admit, it was a windy day. So maybe Brian would be right. But okay, are you guys ready for some sharks and minnows? It's game time, everybody. I hope the stories and Paranormal Home Inspectors has gotten you into the vibe for today. I really don't know what to expect. Like from the game, I've only seen the trailer. Yeah, we did. We watched the first episode again, so it would have been something you'd seen. But okay, are you gonna start? But yeah, we watched episode 1. I feel like I should have spooky stories after living in the mountains of Vermont. You would imagine. I could see that being crazy, pretty scary. But we're gonna watch more because we hit that stretch goal. For the Paranormal Home Inspectors. And currently we're doing a League of Legends goal. And then after is a Lego stream, a Lego building stream. The game is thinking about opening. I'm waiting. It says it's running, but oh. Where are you running to? Oh, hello? If you're running, you better catch it. Okay. End user license agreement. Agree. Oh. Okay. Let's do, can we, I mean, it doesn't look like it's running well. I'm gonna be honest with you. Overall quality is low, but everything is set to ultra? Question mark? Here we go. Is this... Why is it so bad? 1820 resolution scale. Cap it at 30. Let me try opening it in a different compatibility thing. Maybe because I chose compatibility. Let's do Proton Experimental. Instead of, I chose 9. When we lived in our old house, we had a lamp in the living room. One day I'm sitting in the room and the light comes on. My mom walks in, tells me I don't need the light on. It's like noon on a bright sunny day. She turns it off. I go back to whatever I was doing and she leaves the room, comes back in maybe 10 minutes later and the light is on again. She tells me to leave it off. But I hadn't touched it. This happens 2 or 3 more times with my never touching it, and then it never happened again. That's very weird. I think Brian would say that is faulty wiring. It wasn't one of those like touch lamps, was it? Where you like tap it and it turns on? It 100% was? Okay. I bet that was it. That's my guess. Okay, let's see if this is any better. It opened faster. Feels like a better sign. This is... It seems like it's running better. Okay, that's actually looking smooth now. Hold on. Is it... Okay, let's see particle effects. That's fine. I can see like a little bit of slowdown here. I'm curious how this is gonna like... Leave the pool.
See you, Space Cowboy.
Okay, I am moving. Needed a nap? Enjoy your nap. Drink water from the fountain. Also, there's a timer, I think, at the bottom of the screen. Also, I can tell that the graphics are pretty bad. Hold on. Textures. But thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. This doesn't feel like it should run as bad as it is right now. I never know what this means. All this stuff. What does this mean? Okay. Let's just see how this goes. Drink from the fountain. Also, I can't tell, like, is this how slow I'm supposed to be moving? Where's the fountain? This doesn't feel... Hold on. What would just... Okay, it definitely... The water definitely doesn't look as good. I'm moving smoothly, though. Can I do high textures, at least? Yes. What is it that is... Is it the particle effects? No? We're gonna figure this out. Is it the reflections? Yes. That's what it is. Okay, reflections, you're going down. Let's see if everything else is fine. It's a little bit slower, but it seems like overall it's the reflections that are doing it. Now it looks really good. Let's just see if everything is on high except for reflections. No. I don't think this is made very well for the Steam Deck. But that's okay. So let's put that back. I think medium was fine for most everything. We'll just keep textures on high, I think. Yeah, this looks much smoother. Looks like shift has a little bit of a run. Are there controls? Space bar, jump. Control is crouch. Sprint is shift. E to interact or left mouse. Drop item is Q. Throw item is right mouse. Flashlight F. Restores stamina. Exit through the locker rooms. So, Bear, you have not played this. Madrigal, you have. I went to the left. Let's keep going to the left. Swim team missing. That doesn't seem good.
Welcome back, Sky
Mr.
Pirate.
Soul Creek.
Who are all these people? Jet, I am scared shocked face.
Welcome in. How are you, Mr. Soul Creek? Thank you so much for the 20 months. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I've not played just... Oh, it won't let me finish your first lap. It won't let me go forward that way. Okay. I just... What is that stuff? Yeah, who put a shark in the pool? Okay. So we're gonna have to complete 10 laps. Dive toy. Spend in the vending machine. A glow stick. Flashlight. Oxygen tank. Restores breath when low. Restores stamina. Water bottle. Energy drink. Oh, is that what's in the pool? Are those more or like more things to spend here? Yeah, okay, I don't have enough. Okay, well, we're not going to the pool again. That seems silly. Oh. Oh, finish your second lap? Oh, wait. We have to stay here? Oh, no. Yep, okay. Oh, boy. All right. Also, ads are going to start in 3 minutes. We'll actually run ads this time. I don't want to be close to the shark while I'm... How did they even get the shark here? I wonder what its, like, range is. Like, definitely a friend. I don't know about that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get out of the pool! I can't get out. Ah! How does a shark survive in chlorinated waters? I don't know. How... Unbelievable. Not friend, then why friend shaped? It's not friend shaped, actually. Oh, maybe you can only get out, finish a lap by using a ladder instead of a pool edge. Okay, so you can do both. Shady, welcome in. Oh, there's one over there, I see. But like, it was like swimming right at me. Is there like anything else in here? Like, not friend shaped. Yeah, that it is friend shaped. I disagree. As someone who does not like sharks. So like, how fast is it gonna come for me? Okay. I am. We read a bunch of spooky stories. Oh. Is there like, I don't know. Is there, we didn't look at the lockers. Is there an energy bar? It looks like I like used that right away. I don't know if that is like smart. Where am I can't see. Is this? Oh, this is not open. Anybody in the bathroom? Hammerhead sharks are kind of the most friend-shaped. They're definitely the most whimsically shaped shark. So is the pool bigger? Hold on. Oh, the thing is gone. Oh no. Get me up. Why are these so expensive? Alex McBen! Oh, ads. Why are the things so expensive? While ads are running, let's BRB and then we'll come back. So if you need to go to the bathroom, because I do, we'll do that. So BRB! And we'll be back for more Sharkies. BRB!
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. A spark lights the fuse in just a few minutes. The hype train roars to life. Choo choo, all aboard. Why is that Garfield so muscular?
I've come back early because Mr. Soul Creek, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. Alex, by the way, welcome in, Alex. How are you today? Why are you kind of chugging the shark? Herm GG, Chewy, 27. Secret Shore, 3021 Gaming. All of these are like on a different line, so I'm like trying to put it together. Julian TH337, Kelly Roski, Peanut Matt, Dills Nufus, Gabby Colo, Necrosmancer. If you got a sub, that took me forever. Please make sure you say thank you to Mr. Soul Creek. That is very kind of you. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. My family just showed up. I might have to catch the VOD. All right, Bear. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us. We'll see if I'm able to do all 10 laps. I'm very scared. Been sleeping to your stories, but I'm up now. I can't imagine that was a very calm sleep. I was hoping to send some jump scare donations. No, it's okay. It's totally fine. I hope you have a wonderful day, Bear, with your family. I hope you have a good time at the beach or lake house or house by the water. But Mr. Soul Creek, thank you so much. That is very kind of you. Very, very much appreciate it. Yeah, we're having a spooky stream today. We do have to. You know what we gotta do, because it's dangerous to be so generous here. Because you know better, Mr. Soul Creek. Wivey's just hanging out over there.
Suddenly, things become quiet. Outside, trees rustle and sway. A breeze tugs at your hair as you feel the ground below you shake.
Oh no?
Oh no.
What could it be?
You know
Is it the
what
shark?
it is. A big gifter.
A big gifter! Mr. Soul Creek, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. If you were gifted a sub, please make sure you say thank you. Very kind and generous. You did not need to do that, Mr. Soul Creek, but thank you so much. Thank you for being kind. Look at all of the gift subs just shooting up from the ground. The kindness, the generosity, the unbelievable kindness that you have brought to us. Thank you for starting this hype train. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. I was afraid that the big gifters weren't a thing. No, it is. It is. They'll always be a thing, as far as I know. But thank you very much, everybody. You're so close, but you started late. But it's okay, because we've got all these things, but at least it didn't get hit by a laser.
It's time to disembark as the hype train nears its end.
Oh, that was perfect timing.
Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Mr. Soul Creek. Thank you for the hype, everybody. It was a good try. Also, I feel like the stream is delayed a little bit. If you need to refresh your stream, refresh it. There you go. All right. Let us go back to... let's go back to here. Let's see what we do. So we don't have enough. How am I supposed to get more, like... Because it starts coming for me pretty much when I'm in the water. My computer is so unhappy now. Oh, no. Like, how am I... Is that gonna... Fourth lap finished. Turn women's room valve. Uh-oh. Oh, it's getting darker. The women's room was this one, if I recall. Oh, okay. There's a stingray, apparently. Oh. What? Okay, I guess, oh, like, wait, but I can't. Oh, it's because I jumped? Nope. Okay. So I can't walk on the sides, but, oh, is that my stamina, or is that a... It's remembered the, twig ankles, I know, right? I'm confused. Oh, is the valve turning the water on, maybe? And so I can't... Am I gonna have to just restart? Because I don't have enough, like, stuff? Because I can't, like, if there's stuff in here... Like, I can't see anything. Or is that also just, like... Hold on. I can kind of see a little better. How does it look like to you guys? You don't need to restart? Okay. Okay, so maybe the valve... Okay, so I guess the valve thing is we're trying to... put the water back into the pool, I guess. Just like... If I'm on one of these... Does that help? It's just the water rippling. I can't see. Yeah, the place is flooded. Oh. Oh, hello. Valve. Oh, it's missing a hand wheel. I see. How am I supposed to do this? Alex, do you like horror games? Oh. I liked it at the worst time. Okay. I think I understand a little bit better. Oops. Okay, that's my bad. I'm swear. Do you like horror games? Oh gosh, I did it again. It's gonna come for me. So it hears me splashing and then it comes for me. Yeah. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay, so it's like, you need to find the hand wheel. Am I on it? I'm not on it. I assume it's going to be in this next room over. Maybe I should, like... Should I go in there first, actually? But it's in there is the problem, I think. Not for my own entertainment, but I think they're good as a streamer. That sounds bad to say. No, I think I know what you mean. Also, I'm gonna turn this back down. No, I think I know what you mean. Am I on this thing? I think I am. Okay. Kind of like how you laugh louder with friends. Yeah, for sure. I totally get that. Okay. Mr. Oz Twitch, how are you? Okay, there's the thing here. Oh. A glow stick. This seems like a terrible idea. I know I can throw stuff, but why is this water so deep? Oh. It's not water. That's why. Okay. I was like, oh, maybe we can swim down. There's something there. Is it? What is that? Or is that my... Wait, is that my glow stick? No. What is that? What are these blue things? Going. really can't see. I think honestly, actually, hold on. Need to change monitor. Does that help? Kind of. I'm changing some of my like picture settings a little bit in hopes that it like I got killed by a shrimp. Right? Right? What are the dots supposed to be? Is that a shrimp thing? Do shrimps do that? Is there like a shrimp in the ceiling? So what happens if I go this way? Oh. Yeah, we got killed by a shrimp. How am I supposed to get that? Oh. I can't tell. Okay, I'm falling. I think. I can't tell. I drowned. I could not tell which way I was going. I feel like I'm not very good at this. But we're getting achievements, so that's something. Okay, so look, it sounds like going to the left is not. It's not the way. And it doesn't look like it's giving us any option to like climb over things. Okay. I guess the issue also is that I stayed too long is what caused the shrimp to attack me. Is that just bioluminescence? Is that what that's supposed to be? Or something? This? Is this not where I just was? Yeah. Oh, you can crouch, by the way, if you're curious. So I'm looking for a hand wheel. I got a hand wheel. Am I making progress? Or am I in a loop? Do we think? I've been doing this for a bit now. I'd say try another 20 minutes. I mean... I don't know. It's actually... Maybe they don't expect me to keep going. You know? Maybe it's like a... like we're zooming now? Maybe it's like they, yes, but perhaps not for the reason you're thinking. But like, it looked like, it wasn't like I was just around the corner. Or no one would just keep going, right? Says the devs as I just keep going. I mean, it was through a long hallway that I just was, but not this long. Maybe this is the exit. What if I beat the game by doing this? Because they're like, surely no one would keep going. Welcome to The Shining. This is just, it's like the maze. Except it's only going in one direction. Should I turn around? The thing is it's gonna, you know that meme where it's like the guy who's digging underground and it's like there's all that gold, but he's like one strike away from it? I'm gonna be one turn away from the end, and I'll have missed it. You know? Like if I turn back now, it's going to be the next one that would have given another 18. I think maybe you're right. Maybe this isn't the way. I am quite stubborn. Okay, let's go the other way. I can't expect why this is somehow the same as I need to save it. I was about to bring that up. Look, you see? This is not the same. I'm turning back around. Hi, thank you for that hydrate, GG. I keep thinking about the worm in the labyrinth. If she'd gone that way, she'd have gone straight to the castle. Right, exactly. Is there like another, like, I don't know. Oops. I thought it was shifting. I was not. It's like trying to put a USB drive in. It's never first. It's not right on the first or second try. Yeah. See, I turned around and I wasn't back out. So this has to be a thing. Surely. Unless it keeps track of how many times you went around the corner, and then it like just, it makes it to where you have to go. You're right, the definition of insanity is actually not doing the same thing for infinity. But it could be different. We don't know. The rules of this world are wacky. You know? Okay, maybe it's not. Look, I'll go 10 more times, and if we don't get to the exit, I'll turn around and go all the way back out. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Checking the stream reviews, and you're totally right. Lots of complaints that they shouldn't have had to proceed through a maze for 15 minutes to win the game. Give you a secret. What is that noise, though? We don't know. If I was a dev, I'd do it. I'd put just a secret pathway that takes you to the end. It's how you speedrun the game. This is the longest I've seen the maze go on. It's because I'm stubborn. Well, however long it just went, I guess we're gonna do double that because we're going back. Oh. Can I? Oh. Oh, right. We're... Because they're... Oh. My bad. Alright. That's the pit. How many do we have? We have 3? Where am I? I have no idea. I don't remember where I am or what's happening. I don't see... Who's that guy? Look for it. Oh. Wait for it. Ah, okay. Am I in the water? No. Hello. Whenever I'm playing darker games, I also am like, I see now that I need to dust my my monitor screen because I can see so much dust. Okay. It's like all I can see is the dust. The water go away?
Catch you on the flippy flip.
Going to find dinner. Good luck with Bruce. Thank you, Gigi. Okay, the water's gone. I'm still gonna jump on this stuff though. Okay. Water's back. All right. Now looking at this, I have 3 things. Glow sticks are 2, flashlights. I can buy a water bottle. There's plenty of water though, it seems. Apple juice. Buy for 52? Wondering how you reached out to the Disco Elysium VA. Was it Cameo? No, he had his email listed on his Twitter account, because I was on Twitter at the time, yeah, he had his business email listed, and I emailed him, and was just like, hey, I explained who I was. I was like, I'm a small streamer, and there are, alerts for things like when people follow, and would you, if I wrote a script, would you be interested in doing it? And he said, yeah. And I was like, obviously I'd pay for it. So, like, you know, let me know what you'd be interested in. And he basically told me like a little rate. And yeah, it was very cool of him. He did not have to do that at all. But I was very grateful that he did. Yeah, I hired him a second time because I loved it so much. I don't think drinking pool water is super helpful for you. Healthy for you. And salt water definitely is not. That's fair. So, okay. I did. I got him to talk about Swole Garfield. Okay, there's the shark. Honestly, true. He said so much stuff that I love. I don't know, like, when the best time to, like, jump in is. But I figure he needs to at least be halfway. So I'm halfway through. I feel like there's no way I'm gonna be able to do this. Did a prompt pop up just a second ago? I feel like I was looking at something over here and it told me to push a button. Maybe not. We've gotten so few toys. I feel like, I don't know, Magical. I feel like I'm doing a bad job. Look how much stamina I have left. Oh. Hey, look how much stamina I have left. Is there something underneath this? Where's stamina? It's a line at the bottom. See, I feel like I'm gonna need an oxygen tank, but I only have 3. Because it comes after me every time I have to go back through. There's the shark. See, look how dark it's getting. I can't hide in there, I don't think. Like, at some point, I'm not going to be able to look into the pool, I bet. Okay. I'm waiting for him. Why isn't he eating the fish? Do I go now? Oh no. Flip the men's room breaker. But there were... Oh, do they fall? Okay. Now I can only see the... Hold on. Don't mind me. Just cleaning some dust off of... Just dusting my monitor real fast. I'm just using a microfiber cloth. I need to use my, like, cleaner. Okay. I think that's a little better. When it's all, like, when it's a dark screen, it's like, I can only see the dust that's on the screen, you know? this water or no? Doesn't look like it. The bathroom is looking very dirty, though. Is this water? No. I feel like it might be sooner. Just in case. Of course, there's a missing fuse. Am I gonna need oh, this is where I just was. So I went to the right. Oh. Oh. Well, it loops around, of course. Oh. Of course. Neat. I can't see what that is. One would think that's the thing, but I don't know. That's too close. I don't think that's the thing. Surely that's not the fuse. No power. Is that snow? Oh! Wait a minute. Look at that. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Neat. Oh. Okay. Where is this going to? Ensure all pipes are connected before operation. So I can't turn that one? Unless, is it just out of, oh, wait. Let me get closer. Oh, hello. What's that? Ah. Make sure all pipes are connected to... Hold on. Am I supposed to make it look like that? Because I might be able to. No, I can't. None of these have... Okay. Could go there. This isn't connected to anything. Oh, this is something I can turn. Okay. Oh, wait. Like that. There you go. Are all of these... Okay. Did I do this? Failure to connect. All pipes may result in flooding. Oh. What is this? But is this the way I'm supposed to go? What's over here? Wait. That maybe looks like a dead end. Let's take a look at... It is water. There is like a hole in the grate. But I don't have anything for that. We're still trying to find the missing fuse. Okay. Wait, what? Why does it say... Sometimes when I look over, it's like prompting me for something. With the glow stick. Okay, let's go this other way. Ooh, you see? Oh, okay, well we've got... We got some rays. Glow stick something. And then right mouse button. To throw. Oh. Gosh, that terrified me! Who was that? Scary. I have to wait 15 seconds before it tells me in chat, but thank you very much for the... Too much to bear! Thank you for the $10. That's scary. That scared me. The FNAF jump scare. Oh. Thank you, Bear, for getting us closer to our League of Legends. We are at 105, I think. It's sort of covering it up, but I think, yeah, we're getting there. I waited in the shadows. Yeah, you did. Maybe I need to throw... Do I need to throw my glow stick? Is that what it's wanting me to do? That was scary. That was scary bear. Surely it's gonna the thing is gonna get to me before I pull all pins? What is this? What is this? Hold on. Okay, you think it'd be one that somewhat overlaps. Okay. I've never done anything like this. Okay. Makes sense. I was actually surprised that it didn't get me at this point. Where am I? Okay. How am I gonna do that? Do I need to, like... I wonder how long it takes? So I'm gonna have to do, like... Let's just wait and see when. That's very scary. It should be coming. I should have timed this. Okay, there we go. Wait. Because he went that way, does that mean he's in that direction? Or does he just, like, despawn and now he's, like, back over there? Because that's a problem. If he's over there now. Let's wait and see. Are you doing? I mean, I guess you could tell me. I'm guessing by how long it's taken, it despawned. Because if it was right there, it would have surely would have already come up here. I need to figure out how to. Okay, yeah. All right, so it'd be funny if I then just die. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're almost. Looks like it's gonna be in order. The devs were nice to you with this puzzle. Yeah, at least, yeah. Otherwise, it's like, okay. How am I gonna get back? Apparently I had more time. But he just makes the whole loop, yeah. I should have timed how long I had until... Yeah, okay. It's probably about like a minute, I would guess. But while I'm doing stuff, it's kind of harder to know what that is. Was I right? Did I still have more time? I think it was about 40 seconds before I came back. Maybe it's longer than a minute. There he goes. I would guess maybe about a minute and a half. Nice. I didn't count. I'd rather be safe than sorry. But we're almost there. I'm hungry. By the way, thank you everyone for being here, but also like the gifted subs and the donos to the stream, to the Australia trip. Very much appreciate it. Oh. Very much appreciate it. Very kind. Even though I'm getting jump scared. Up here. What's happening? Come on. What does that mean? Also, if I were them, I would put like a shark toy or something, like in the water somewhere. Also, I actually don't know, is this like what I'm supposed to be doing? Is this like, am I finding the fuse? Oh, the grate's gone. Okay. I don't like how I can't see. Excuse. Oh. Ah, the fuse. Yeah, I only have 4 monies. What? I wonder what the apple juice does. Wait. Oh my gosh, I can't. I wonder what the apple juice does. Uh-oh. That's I have not played Subnautica. Also, ads are about to start. Oh. Oh, this seems safe, yeah. Oh no. The graphics are not liking this. Hold on, we're gonna have to pause here. Oh, that's a... yeah, whatever it's called. Let's pause right here. We're gonna run ads. If you need to stand up, stretch, etc., now is a perfect time to go do so. And we will be our
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. The stream will resume in just a few minutes.
And welcome back. And I'm not muted. All right, let us continue. Also, that fish. What type of fish is that? That is a... That is a... What is it? It's not like a lanternfish. It's like... Forget what they're called. What is that? Fish with light on it. Angler! Yes. There we go. Thank you. Anglerfish. Yes. We've seen a few of those. They have not moved towards me. Oh, wait. I was just here. That's that. Oh, wait. Maybe I can scooch by you. The performance on the Steam Deck has not been great, and it's like really doesn't like this. I wonder why. It doesn't feel like it should be like that intensive of a game. I'm guessing like it's just the water or something. Am I? Uh-oh. There's a lighting thing right here. Back from the movies, have we had any screams? I have not screamed. I've jumped quite a bit. Oh, what? I've jumped quite a bit from our jump scare alerts. I've set up some special, oh. I've set up some special alerts for, Australia trip donations. Those have been making me jump. But the game has made me nervous. I think I have to go this way. Oh, I know what you did last summer. How was it? Am I sliding? Oh, I'm sliding. Okay. I thought I was just moving very fast. How was it? Buffy's in it. Right? Or no, maybe she was just at the, maybe she was just at the, like, the opening, because was she? No, she wasn't in the first one. Maybe Freddie Prinze Jr. was? Which would then make sense. Oh, was she in it? Oh, very cool. You know, that's terrible reviews, but I loved it. I'm proud of myself for being a big girl and going alone. That's awesome. I like going to the movies alone. What did you think? She wasn't okay. It has been forever since I've seen I Know What You Did Last Summer. I feel like I have seen it though. Because Brandy is in it. Or was in it. Oh. Whee. Oh. Are we... I still don't know what that is. That feels like a trap. Still, to me. You know? Like, why is there a red light over there? Maybe it's important, though. Piranhas. No. Oh, I have to do that sliding thing again? Oh, no. Unfortunate. I'm a big Buffy fan, so I like seeing Sarah Michelle Gellar in things. Not sure how I'd feel going alone when it's busy, but 11 p.m. and an almost empty cinema is great. That's fair. I think when I've gone to the movies alone, it's been, I actually will go like for like a matinee showing, and that's pretty nice because it's just like, yeah, it's like dead. So yeah, I feel that. I also like sneaking in food. That's also something that makes me happy. When I go alone is like, then I get to sneak in good food. Eva, put your hands in the air. Yeah. Seriously. Okay, so we know those are piranhas. I see that now. You can kind of see them. Okay, that's where we... Wait a minute. Okay, that's... Was this... This wasn't here last time. Because I would have looked at this. This keeps going, though. Why can't I open this door? Why is there a door here? Is that supposed to be like blood? Maybe that's just there to give you like a false sense of hope. Oh, but that's awesome. I haven't been to the movies in a long time. Okay, so we need to find... Where is... fuse box. All of that for a fuse. I've committed to an unlimited card, so now I'm going as often as I can. What's the next one that you're gonna see? Can I, Herod Elementary to be converted into a swim center, and the swim team is missing. Let's see, 95-ish. Yeah, I guess, yeah. This is the right way, right? Okay, so we back. All right. Okay, it's still dark. It's only gonna get darker. Probably bring her back because that won't be out much longer. But there's loads at the moment. You'll have to tell us. Also, the pool water is much higher. So there's a shark that we're trying to avoid. We need to finish our 7th lap. Madrigal, should I have a flashlight by now? I'm waiting for the shark to go. Also, is the pool longer? You don't need one? I don't know. It's getting closer. And they keep dropping those things, but I'm not going in there to get them. Easy. I don't know. I feel I'm like scared that I'm not gonna finish the game. It's 3 more. I have 5. Finish your 8th lap, so we have to go back. And then something terrible is going to happen again. Alright. Now, where do I... Last time I had it when it was like about... I don't know. Maybe maybe I should have waited until when it was closer or something. Okay. What next? Finish your 9th lap? Oh. This has changed, though. There's no ladder. My stamina is kind of low. Is there anything nearby, like, that I don't have to pay for? Should I get... I don't want to waste my stuff, you know? Because what if I need a flashlight or something? Or... Chum is 6. I don't know. By the way, this is like, where is the exit gonna be? It's late here. Going to get ready for bed. Enjoy the rest of the stream stuff. Thank you so much for popping in. It's good to see you. I'm glad that you had a good time hanging out at the movie theaters. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. You have a glow stick. So should I get water? Also, I'm noticing that it like crosses the pool now, like about halfway. Swim jet swim. I'm. Things have been crazy, Lego. Things have been crazy. Magical, should I get some water? Should I spend some of my money? I have so little money. It'll be like the only thing I can buy. If I... Yeah, so we're on our 9th. So we're about to do our 9th. Okay. If you say so. So it crosses about halfway, no? Have you seen this before, Lego? This is a... I've seen the final app. Okay. This is probably a bad call. I don't know how fast it turns around. It's turning around. Where am I? Oh. Oh. It hates the light. Leave? Look how many sharks there are! Or is that the same shark? Is that just its back tail fin? I guess that's just its back tail fin, because that would be weird. How am I gonna... Oh, and there's also some fish. It's one big... It's, well, yeah, it is one big one. I mean, okay, so I need to go while it's on this side. Alrighty. This feels like... Hey, leave me alone. Maybe if I just don't look. Cause how am I... Oh gosh, that scared me. Ah! We did it! Get me out of here. Escape with a combined lap time of under 150 seconds. Who did that? Anonymous, thank you for the 50! Getting us over our goal? We survived? I'm surprised. I'm shocked. I'm shocked we survived. I'm very, very surprised. I surely thought we were not gonna make that. Easy peasy. League stream, yeah, so we're gonna do a league stream. The next thing set up is a Lego stream. Dang. YouTubers watched while making game. Oh, that's actually very cool. For them to like say like, I watch these people while I work. Oh yeah. Oh. That was intense and scary. I think my anticipation definitely like made me more nervous, I think. I don't know how you're supposed to get others. What does the apple juice do? And you did it, and you did just fine with sharks, and the ones in Australia won't be intentionally hunting you. I'm so short though. They're gonna think I'm just like a snack, you know? They're just gonna like, I'm snack sized. Hold on. Let me put myself back here. I don't know. I've never seen anyone get the, yeah, like, how do you do that? They don't waste energy on snacks. Well, I don't know. I feel like they want the whole meals. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like maybe, I don't know. They would see me as like a little whale, not whale, a little seal or something, you know? They'd be like, that's what we want. I am surprised. On YB's stream, I asked him, I was like, so, Magical was asking if I would do a shark tank or a shark dive, and I said I would only do it if you did it. Would you do one? And he was like, yeah, sure. And I was like, you're supposed to say no. What do you mean, yeah? Okay. I was like, what do you mean, yes? But those are so expensive. I don't think. They were like, what? 200 USD per person or something? Something wild like that. Okay, the next one is Lego build stream. into it. That one would require me to buy Lego. I have actually never owned a single Lego set ever. Now let me. But thank you for helping us hit our now I need to refresh this. Our League of Legends stream. Very exciting. Wait, I did the wrong thing. Stretch goals. Where are you? Where is... I have so many... There you go. Whoop. There we go. Perfect. All right, it's fixed. They probably have never had an Alaskan snack. No! I'm gonna be like Alaskan salmon to them. Let me also put the chat on the screen. That's my bad. Moose are responsible for more deaths than sharks, and you're near them? Yeah, but... I feel like sharks, though, are scarier. I also can't swim, so, like, you know, I feel like if a shark were to attack me, I can't do anything. When is League happening? Need to see this. I actually don't know yet. I asked a friend of mine if he would want to join, and then we can open up the lobby also for people who want to join. But there was another streamer who streamed a bunch of League and some other stuff on his stream. He's kind of taking a break from streaming, but Mr. Sputnik, I have asked if he would want to play League of Legends, and he said yes. So I might have Nick on stream while we play, and then we're just gonna play some ARAM because I only like ARAM Lego. That's pretty much it, and I like Earth, but that's it. I never really play normals, and I have never played a ranked game in approximately 14 years of playing League. On and off. I was very consistent for probably the first 8 or 9, and then I dropped off. Humans are responsible for more deaths than sharks too. Yeah, but sharks are terrifying. Sharks are terrifying. And, like, I have a chance of surviving another human, you know? That's my thought. With a shark, you ever see a dude in an alley? Or was that right? I saw that. I updated my game just because I was like, just in case, I should make sure it's all updated. But yeah, I saw that. You play more games? We just beat it, Daz. I don't know anything about LOL. I just like the hamster things with the big tongues. Oh, what are those called? Poros? Poros. I got confused with porg in my head. I was like, that's not right. But I'm awake now. I'm sorry. We've done so much. We've what did we do? We watched an episode of Paranormal Home Inspectors. We read some spooky stories, and then we played the game. We've had like 5 raids today or something. Insane. 12-hour stream, let's go. No! We do have to thank Anonymous, though, for the $50. So, because you know, Anonymous... you know it's dangerous to, time for Faz? No. You guys only got one. You guys only got one. No one actually, you know what? No one recommended Phasmophobia for the, when I was asking for scary game suggestions. No one suggested that, which is weird. But Anonymous, you know it's dangerous.
Suddenly,
because...
things become quiet. Outside, trees rustle and sway. A breeze tugs at your hair as you feel the ground below you shake.
Oh no?
Oh no. You know what it is.
What is it?
A big gifter.
A big gifter? Anonymous! Thank you so much for the $50 getting us to our, by the way, the frog is huge. It needs to get scaled down. Thank you for getting us to our League of Legends stream. Incredible. Thank you for the generosity and kindness. You didn't need to do that, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now we're a little bit over and into our Lego build stream. So thank you for the generosity and kindness. You didn't need to do that, but I'm very, very thankful. It's all going towards the Australia trip, so thank you for being here, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you for the generosity. At least I didn't get hit by a... Next time. But thank you very much for, let me move myself. For the generosity and kindness. We did not get it. You know, today has not been the day for Big Frog. We've had 3 question mark B gifters. None of them were frog worthy. It's okay. You guys don't have to save me every time. It's totally fine. No frog hype song. I'm sorry. I need to fix what's happening with the frog emote. I don't know why it's supposed to be resetting the size every time it like finishes. Never does. It actually never does. What was I gonna say? But thank you, friends, for being here. I didn't have anything planned. This is now the end of the stream. I don't have another. I can go regular size now. That was all I had planned. It's 5 hours. 5 hours of some spookiness. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I am definitely not made to be a spooky streamer. Hot sauce? Yeah, so, I need to figure out what's happening with the, league practice. No, I need to make sure I need to get it all set up, because it's gonna be different. You really want more, but we did everything we said we would. I'm a little tired, and I haven't eaten. I'm hungry. That one, it was spooky, Madrigal. What do you mean it wasn't spooky? That was so spooky. You know, there was actually one spooky game that we have played, and I forgot to mention this, but they're remaking it and they're adding a bit to it. I don't think we'll play it because it's quite a, like, okay, 15-minute break, then back into it. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I don't know if I have it in me. I don't know if I have that dog in me. We played a game called something topic. Paratopic. It was really weird, but good. Yeah, Paratopic. There is a Paratopic remake coming out. And it has, or it's the anniversary edition called Overdub. And they're adding some different things. Mortuary Assistant would have been good for jump scares. Did anyone recommend that? I don't think so. I feel like that was one. Phasmophobia was one that no one recommended. Honestly, kind of surprised by that. And it's not that you guys didn't have a chance. I told you guys like every day for like 2 weeks that we were doing where I was taking horror game suggestions. So but I mentioned this the other day, but I still haven't heard back. Let me double check. So I went to go order the hot sauces for the Hot Ones stream. And, they did that thing where, like, so I, put a few things in my cart, and it was like, well, if you add a few more things to your cart, we'll give you, free shipping. And it was like, you need to add, like, yeah, they still haven't responded to me. Yeah, not even in my spam. Weird. So, they're like, if you put, what was it? I think I was at, like, $30-something. And shipping was going to be $20. And so they were like, but if you put, like, $18 more in your cart, whatever it was to get me to 50, we will give you free shipping. And so I was like, all right, that's not a bad deal. If I'm going to have to pay for shipping anyway, and the money's going to go towards sauces anyways, I might as well add a few more. So I did. And then when I went to check out and I had the right amount, they were going to charge me $50 for shipping. It wasn't going to be free. And so I was like, what? So I emailed their customer service and said, hey, what's going on here? I was offered free shipping, and now it's not free shipping. And they haven't responded to me. And that's been since, like, probably 4 or 5 days, I think, of when I emailed them. So, what's up with that? Did they have like one intern checking the email? I didn't recommend Mortuary Assistant just because you're so wholesome, and that would probably have been terrifying. I won't play Mortuary Assistant. I know, and I mean, Daz is basically a horror streamer, despite what he says. Yeah, they have not responded. No. But you are, though. Yeah, I emailed them on August 5th at 2 a.m. We're here to help Monday through Friday. We aim to respond as quickly as possible, usually within 24 hours. Do you, though? Do you, though? They don't. Anyway. The ones that recommended dip their big toe into horror but aren't very scary. You see, that's plenty scary for me. Tab! Welcome in, how are you? That was plenty scary for me. Also. For the record, the so we're at Lego stream. Oh, I'll have to update the thing. the write and perform a 5-minute stand-up routine. It's not next, but it's coming up pretty soon. FYI. What's been the highlight of your day, Tap? How goes it here? It's been pretty good. It's been spoopy today. We, what did we do? We watched Paranormal Home Inspectors. We watched episode 1 of that. We're starting that over because we've reached the goal for like the marathon of that. So we're going to be watching those again. But we watched episode 1 of that. Read some spooky stories, and I played Sharks and Minnows, which was very scary to me, magical. And chat scared me a few times with some jump scare donation alerts. And so now we're like headed towards the end. Nearly got you on the TV. Wait, what do you mean nearly got me on the TV? Because we're ending? Is that what you mean? But yeah. Highlight of my day. I had a really productive day at the family shop. Did a lot of maintenance, so it was good to just turn off the brain and work with my hands for a bit. Are you still doing your Fridays at your family's shop? Every week? I think it was every week. Can't be ending if I got you on the TV. We don't have anything else spooky to play. I don't think. Do we have any? I don't think we have anything spooky. Look, I'll check my Steam. There it is. If we have anything that fits, I'll consider it. I am. Things are finally slowing down a bit, so Fridays are not as busy, so that was a good chill work. And my pace day, I love that. That does sound like a good day. Yes, I would like to close and exit the game. I do have a kind of spooky game. It's one that I've wanted to play, but I don't know. How long is it? It's kind of spook adjacent. How long to beat? Let me see how long this game is. It's only 2.5 hours, but that's still 2.5 hours. Yeah, TV. Let me see if is there anything else that I have that's scary? Play half and then half after food. Hold on, let me. Do I have anything else? I don't really buy horror games, so it's very rare that I have one. Do you guys want me to play something else? What's the consensus? Do you want me to play something else? Are you guys done? Are you done for the day? This is... I don't want to tell you the name of it. Or have a 15-minute break. Leave us with words on stream. This one is psychological horror. Did we finish? I beat it. But Daz is wanting me to play more. Something else. And we have another horror game. But... I'm sort of like, do people want to watch it? I'm hungry. More. We just got back from dinner. Jed. Get Vision to play more games. How was the game? I thought it was scary. Apparently, I'm told that's not a scary game. But I thought it was scary. Get food. I don't really have, like, I don't have a ton here. I don't know. How about we can start this, get food, and either come back or be done up to you. Well, if I go get but if I like get food, I don't know. What's WOS? Words on stream and then come back. Let me think. Hold on. How long? When are ads? 14 minutes. Okay. Let me run ads and let me think for a second. Okay. And then we'll see. Okay. I will go ahead and I'll start installing this other game just in case. While we're on BRB. Let me think. Let me see if there's anything I have that I can just like snack on for a second. So we're gonna run ads. BRB.
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. The stream will resume in just a few minutes.
Alrighty, welcome back. Okay. We will play this other game for a little bit. I've gotten a water to rehydrate. And we'll see how that goes. I'm really glad I was able to catch some of the stream tonight. It was a nice stress reliever after moving and having to drive over 400 miles. Goodness, I still have a lot of unpacking to do, but this is a much needed break. Oh, I'm so glad, Magical. I hope the unpacking and stuff goes well. Daz, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gigantifying. This one behind me, yeah, it's it was actually he was set to a it's YD. He was set to a lower opacity earlier, but then I didn't realize that by doing that it also changed it up. He's on the BRB screen typically. He was like this. But then when I switched to the BRB, I noticed that you couldn't see him anymore. So I bumped him up. But there you go. He's supposed to be like a little guy in the background. Okay, so we're gonna play a game. Another game. For at least a bit. We'll see how far I go. Let's see if this water can sustain me. This is a game that I heard was highly recommended. It is technically a horror game, and it is also, it says horror, psychological horror. So we'll see. We'll see how far we go. I don't know if we'll finish it tonight, but I'll at least get it started. Have you guys heard of Who's Lila? Because that's what we're playing. It has what interested me is it has a really neat mechanic. That seems really like wild to me. Hold on. It's not on full screen. Is there settings? Wait a minute. How do I? What's going on? Back. Is there no? Oh, full screen. There we go. Okay. This is called Who's Lila? I actually think this is easier to look at. Let's do this. What is? Unlock 6 pallets. Use the other. Oh, look at that. Haven't heard of it. Looks interesting. First time hearing about it. I won't tell you about the mechanic yet. Apparently there's multiple endings. We also drove 40 miles today. Only got to drive like 6 hours. Yeesh. How long are you in New York? Okay. Is there anything? Audio. Master music, sound effects, gameplay, text speed, double click instant travel, confine cursor. Okay. All right. He woke up. Okay. I need to make sure that I'm not blocking anything. It's difficult for me to express emotions. I envy other people. They make faces naturally. But I have to make a conscious decision each time I move a muscle. Every morning, I go to the bathroom to rehearse what my face is going to show today. The phone. Broken. Why is it still here? I'm not expecting any calls today. Alright, that looks like a bathroom, maybe. We're in Pennsylvania now, that's where I just moved to. Oh, that's very fun. When I see Mrs. Hutchins today, she will ask how I am, like every morning. I will answer, good, thank you. You smiled. So we control the face is how this works. And you have to do it in a time limit or just submits whatever you have over here. If I see a dead dog on the street, I'll make this face. Right? Oh. Sad. That's sad. You made a sad face. Yet some avert their eyes. If some weird guy approaches me at the store, I'll scare him away with an angry face. Is that angry? Should the lifts go down? You made an angry face. If I discover that my sworn enemy died, I'll make... I don't know. Your face remain neutral. No, this doesn't look right. Okay, so, okay, they want me to make maybe a happy face then? Oh. Oh, that's disgusted? That's... You smiled. Right. No need to hide it. If someone catches me off guard with an unexpected call, I'll make this face. Oh. Okay. Oh. Surprise. Oh. There you go. You made a surprised face. And if once again see the one hiding in boilers, I'll be afraid. So that was... How far... Okay, that's disgusting. Nope, that's surprise. Okay. Wait! No. Well, but that's unlikely, isn't it? I have to take out the trash before going to school. Haven't appeared there for a while. You have a new task, throw out the trash. Let's look in... You have found a note to self. Oh. Basic emotions. Happy, sad, angry, wow, ew, fear. Okay, so those, I guess, are the main things. No need for these anymore. What is that? Scary looking dude, yeah. Hey man, why aren't you answering the phone they gave you? Anyway, have you heard? Father Lawrence is dead. Meet me at the train station. Lila, please. Did that say that? Did I hear that?
I beg you, let me back in.
What? Hint, press spacebar to see all interactables. That is nice. Ah. The spilled beer reeks. I tried to wipe it with the newspaper. An empty pizza box with some crumbs. Crash again. Stocks crash again. What is this? 2025? Commentary. The beginning of the article is unreadable. The same study shows how among all eras works of media exist. That seem to not only perfectly reflect the so-called zeitgeist of the respective era, but also appear to be the very powerful movers of the public will. So powerful and effective, in fact, that some speculate their existence to be premeditated and planned by unknown groups of higher-ups. We, being the respectable scientific publication we are not going to entertain unreadable. Yet, is there perhaps a process, a means to knowingly create a work of media of such power? Unreadable. With the sudden global interconnectivity of the World Wide Web, I know what the code is. After all, it is my diary. What's that moving? Okay, I don't know what the code is. Oh, it's an empty glass. It's for farm work. Let's grab the trash. You found a trash bag. Missing person, Tanya Kennedy. Okay. Hint, you can enable teleporting through doors on double click in the settings gameplay. I guess it's so you don't have to watch him walk. The blinky guy caught me off guard. Yeah, he blinks occasionally. A potted plant. Despite Mrs. Hutchison's efforts, it's dying. Yeah, it is a very eerie game. Oh, whoops. That's why I was like, this seems interesting. Hi, sweetie. Hello, Mrs. Hutchins. You smiled. What are you up to so early in the morning? Just throwing out the trash, Mrs. Hutchins. There's been an awful lot of crows near our trash cans. Annoying critters. I'll be on my way, Mrs. Hutchins. Take care of yourself, sweetie. Do I need to do anything with these crows? All right, now I'm ready to go. You have a new task. Grab a bus to school. A dirty crow. I'm not going to scare it away. I know why you're here. A dirty crow. I'm not going to scare it away. Why is that one, I know why you're here? No one lives in that house anymore. Befriend them and start your army. I know, we need to. Although derelict, the place is charming in its own way. We took Tanya there once, the person who's disappeared. You've unlocked a new palette, Nightly Comforts. If we make enough friends, we won't need the... Actually, true, though. We can... I like this... Whoops. I like the other one better. Whoops. Settings, palettes. Blue rose. Okay. I like that it's like 3D, you know? But, like, it's kind of... Like, you wouldn't know that, I guess. Just by looking at it. Oh, to school. Goth Boulevard? A little on the nose, but okay. This trash can... Ah, gosh, that scared me! No! That made me jump.
Crikey.
No! Thank you, Daz, for that jump scare. You guys weren't here earlier when the first time I had set it up wrong somehow, and it replayed every jump scare 3 times. Love you. That scared me. He said through gritted teeth, thank you for the $10, getting us closer to our Lego goal. Ha ha ha, wait a minute. You've unlocked a new palette, Manful Soul. That would have been amazing. It was wild. Oh, what? Yeah, a Lego build stream. I already unlocked that goal? What do you mean? Earlier? We did a League stream. We haven't done a Lego. This is our. Oh, you already locked that goal. Yeah, you have Lego Sky Hunter. I get it. I get it. Get your own. I'm sorry. I get it. Uh-oh. Have you seen the police outside? Oh, my mouse. What's up with that, I wonder? What is it? An award granted to Pablo Ramirez, who has shown tremendous growth, demonstrated unusual commitment to learning and academics despite various obstacles. Yeah, and so on. An award granted to Tanya Kennedy for national recognition to academic excellence and achievement. There she is again. I remember her telling me about this. Too bad I didn't get to see it back then. An award to Martha Jennings as recognition that the aforementioned student has studied and attained proficiency in 2 or more languages by high school graduation. Someday I'll get one too. I just know I have to. Why do girls like Kennedy have it so easy? Or like Martha Jennings? I've heard she's a real airhead outside school. Carries a second set of apartment keys in her backpack in case she loses hers. And that's who gets the awards? Oh boy. You did! We escaped. Oh yeah, okay, that person. Now we are Daz really wanted us to play another game, so they lead a heated discussion concerning who's gonna get real high and who'll just have a can of beer at the upcoming party. They probably mean Matt's place. Is there anyone else I haven't talked to? Well, is there more I can do here? Okay, no. So... Oh. These people? You know, I cried today. Oh well, returning to your old self? I mean, it's fine. I cry I cry all the time too. No, it's not because of that. I just, you know, I've been meditating for past couple of months, and today I've realized something. Oh yeah? Was it like sad? No, I couldn't stop giggling, you know? So what was it? It's going to sound dumb, but like, I know now that all the thoughts you have in your head are really conflicts. Yeah, the inner monologue and so on. It's like thoughts are arguing in you. Yes, but the thing is, this you is really just these arguments. If you look at them, they disappear, and when they disappear, you disappear. Want to get soda? I think that creeps eavesdropping. They haven't said. I feel like they've specifically have tried not to say. The songs, this song sounds like a spooky version of Cherry Wine by Hozier. Maybe it is. Maybe he was on the soundtrack. Is there like, we talk to you, and can I like leave? Oh, does he always walk towards my cursor? No. Like, that looks like a door. Oh, there you go. Hello. Hey, man. Matt Hurley. Strange seeing you here. Finally decided to catch up on your education? Yeah, kinda. You smiled. The hell you're grinning about? Mike's been looking all over for you. You know why. If I were you, I'd stay away from school. I'd watch my back, Will. Oh, is my name Will? This locker belongs to Michael Graves. It's locked. This locker belongs to Tanya Kennedy. It's locked. I wonder where the key might be. I feel like that's Matthew's locker. It's locked. I feel like that's something I don't know. Something's going on with the missing girl. Will? Regina Humps. Okay, so our name is Will. Is that you? Hello, everyone. What the hell do you think you're doing here? Jimmy, wait. Will, where have you been? Where's Tanya? Without you noticing, your face is stretching into a stupid grin. Tanya? Oh. You made a sad face. It looked strange. Yeah, dude, Tanya, quit messing around. Do you know something? Will, she's been missing for some time now. Martha said you might know where she is. Oh, so Martha said that, huh? Yeah, dude, and now she's at the principal's, probably telling him the same thing. Right. He wants to see you too, by the way, Will. Well, I'm on my way then. Hey, what the hell? We aren't finished with... Will, please wait. You have a new task. Find Martha's classroom. The way we said, oh, so Martha's saying that seems very like, I don't know. Seems weird. Mr. Frank, the boiler room's off limits, bud. I'm only joking. Hello, Lila. Did you get his call again? What's it to you, old man? No reason to be so hostile, Lila. After all, you were the one who came here. It's tricky not to get lost in the boiler rooms. But with years, you start hearing a divine melody. Flutes and trombones and saxes from beyond. It always comes from the place you seek. Listen for it. Just stand beside each door and listen, hee hee. By the way, what are you planning to do about the lady? The lady that hides in boilers. Don't talk of what you know nothing about, you old fool. Hee hee. So we're Lila? Who's Lila? Title drop. You have a new task. Find the second caller. Oh. Second caller. You're a killer? I might be. Is that the divine... Oh. We're the problem. I don't know. Maybe we're just a normal guy. Wait a minute. We seem so normal, though. So, hold on. This... Oh. Okay. I don't know what happened there. When I got close to it... Oh. This is like the Lost Woods. It was the second door over here. So we need to find Martha. We're also finding this caller? What? Oh, maybe it changes. And that's saxophone. No? What? What am I supposed to be listening for? Didn't it say to listen to the music? Okay, I didn't hear anything that time, but... Are you finding a collar? Like a ring? Okay, it does change. I'm hearing those drums, but... The drums definitely stop. Okay. Nothing. Sounds louder right now. Let's go through this door. Okay. There's only that. What? What a confusing... And there's nothing else... Unless we... Maybe this is like too early. Maybe we need to come back here. Oh, no, it changed. What is this? The air is so damp. Where's Mom? You've unlocked a new palette. Electrified meat? A bit dark, I think. Or is that easier on the eyes? Is that easier on the eyes for you guys? How do I get to... Dang it! Back so soon? Hee. Listen carefully for... There's divine music in the air. Just stand beside each door and listen. I'm not hearing anything. That was just a guess. Okay, the music got louder there. Music got louder. We're in this room again, which only has the door over here. Is it supposed to repeat? Oh? Be looking for something? Because we've been here. Close your eyes? Oh. Okay, okay. Hate when the... Don't you just hate when you're in the boiler room of your school and the monster attacks? And you have to close your eyes real fast? That was... That was something. I can talk to the machine? Machine, Lila. What a pleasant surprise. Hello, William. That's me saying that? You need to stop calling me on the phone. It's useless. Will, I'll say this once. Your tricks are laughable, and even with her help, you are not getting back. I have something for you. Please take it. Did you hear what I said? You acquired a wheel. The Wheel of Fortune, X of the Major Arcana. So that was my day? Oh. Wake up. We have the wheel. It's difficult for me to express emotions. I envy other people. They make faces naturally, but I have to make a conscious decision to move each muscle. Every morning I go to the bathroom to rehearse what my face is going to show for the day. Oh, I wonder if it changes. Like, maybe the emotions for the day change? Also, I feel like I'm not liking this color. Let's go back to blue rose. When I see Mrs. Hutchins today, she'll ask how I am, like every morning. I will answer, good, thank you. You smile, a normal smile. If I see a dead dog on the street, I will make a face like this. I'm sad. You made a sad face. Yet some avert their eyes. If some weird guy approaches me at the store, I'll scare him away with an angry face. You made an angry face. If I discover that my sworn enemy died, I'll make this face. What if I... Last time I did happy. You made a sad face. If someone catches me off guard with an unexpected call. Oh, last time I smiled and they said, like, there's no point in hiding it or something like that. If someone catches me off guard with an unexpected call. Surprise! You made a surprised face. And if once again I see the one hiding in boilers, I'll be afraid. There you go. Is that... You look scared. I'll say. Well... But that's unlikely, isn't it? I had to take out the trash before going to school. Haven't appeared there for a while. You have a new task, throw out the trash. So... What is that? Earplugs or... Oh, so now you can just free... You can flare your nostrils? I've not done any flaring. Grinding your teeth is bad. I can't move my irises, but I can't... Okay, I didn't know you can move the bottom lid, but you can. That's scared, by the way. You can move the cheeks? I didn't realize that. Okay. Alright. Look disgusted. Okay. His expression... Is his face weird right now? It's like more of his face is moving. Yes? Hey man, why aren't you answering the phone they gave you? Anyway, have you heard Father Lawrence is dead? Meeting me at the train station. So... Like... His eyebrow right now is really high, isn't it? Lila, please, I beg you, let me back in. And I don't have to read that, apparently. I wonder if... It kind of seems like... Lila... Is this all the same? Is Lila, like... Because when we went to talk to the, we don't know the code. He called the wheel, the thing in the basement, Will. And... Will called him, or the machine called him Lila. Did they, like, swap bodies or something? And that's what it means, let me back in? Like, let me back into my body? Tanya Kennedy. And it kind of makes sense, if that's the case, maybe that's what's happening to his face, like he can't control it. Maybe he doesn't have like full control of the person's face. Hello, Mrs. Hutchins. What happens if I make a sad face? What's with you, my boy? Are you all right? Yeah, some trouble at school again? If you need to tell me something, I'm all ears. It's all right, Mrs. Hutchins. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to help you. Since your mother passed away, you've always been so quiet and seemed isolated. I'm sorry, don't listen to the dumb old Miss Hutchins. You're not that old, Mrs. Hutchins. No, you're too sweet. Anyway, you probably need to hurry up now. School's already started, hasn't it? So we can change our... Well... I know why you're here. A dirty crow. Type in text. New York. Unknown location. There. I just figured. Might as well try something. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. Oh? This trash can is empty. Wait a minute. What? Huh? What do you mean, wait a minute? I know, cry today. Yeah, it's like the same day. There's nothing you can't do. Exactly. Okay, so they're talking about... Hey man, strange seeing you here. Finally decided to catch up on your education. I'm gonna do a sad face. You made a sad face. Hurley looks contemptuous. The hell are you making that face for? If you knew what's coming for you, why'd you come here in the first place, freak? We didn't, like, really talk to anyone else. Is my to-do list still the same? No, it's reset. Okay. Wait, who's that? Is that a... Why is the person like... No, I guess that must just be a graphical thing. Will? Is that you? Hello, everyone. What the hell do you think you're doing here? Jimmy, wait. Where have you been? Where's Tanya? I want to smile. Just to see what happens. It's like doing it for me, which I feel like means I'm not supposed to do that, but you smiled. I'm not joking, Will. She hasn't been answering her phone. She's not at home either. Her mom called us. I think the police are involved or something because Martha's at the principal's office right now. Is she? You made a surprise face. It looks strange. Yeah. Look, man, I know we didn't spend much time together lately, but we really need everything you know about Tanya. Don't be that straightforward about it. But yeah, the gist of it is we are very worried about her, Will. Please, could you tell us where she is? I swear I don't know. Why do you think I spent time with her anyways? Martha's known for making up stuff. That's not true. Yeah, easy on the accusations. Look, guys, why are you so bothered by it anyway? Maybe she just needs some time alone? I want to see what happens if I smile. This came out insincere. Do you think this is funny? Look, bud, I'm not sure you noticed. We don't like you, okay? Ever since Tanya started hanging out with you, I knew it was a bad idea. Jim. What, Regina? What am I saying wrong here? Weren't you yourself just saying how weird this douche is? Will, it's not like that. No, it's alright, I understand. I can't help you though, unfortunately. Believe it or not, I myself didn't even know Tanya was missing. Oh, you get out of here. Jim, stop this. I don't know, Regina. Something happened to Tanya, and this guy's just grinning like nothing's wrong. I can't take it anymore. Just shut up. Why am I always the one? Why am I always the only one doing all the work? Well, you just act like a jerk. Oh, so I'm the jerk now. What about listening to your friends bickering fills your heart with sadness. You decide to scram. You have a new task. Find Martha's classroom. Okay. By the way, who is this person walking around? Have you seen someone put the DADA dog sticker on Matthew's locker? Dada dog? Why do stores still sell this stupid dog merch, especially after all those extremists started using it? I wonder what those creeps want with the poor kid. There was a sticker on Matthew's thing. Locker. Someone's poor attempt at physics. You've unlocked a new palette to something. An energy drink. Oh. Okay, that's the only thing here. Oh, is that the same classroom? Handwriting is really horrible apart from Chalmers. Other formulations of the hard problem of consciousness include: how is it that some organisms are subjects of experience? Why does awareness of sensory information exist at all? Why do qualia exist? Why is there a subjective component to experience? Why aren't we philosophical zombies? Not sure what this means. The philosopher Thomas Nagel posted in his 1974 paper, "What is it like to be a bat?" that it is incorrect to claim that something felt like the color red. is the same as the impulses in the brain creating it. He believes that subjective experiences are unexplainable, at least scientifically, because every subjective phenomenon is essentially connected with a single point of view, and it seems inevitable that an objective physical theory will abandon that point of view. I can't tell if this is like stuff that we need to know, or an old pendant, it's silver. I like the pattern. It seems interesting. I feel like it's gonna be something occulty, like, I don't know. Something's definitely wrong with us. I don't think we're who we say we are. These are all of the touch points, I think. You've unlocked a new palette, Noak. Oh, I found that under the poster. I need to find Martha's class before I go to the roof. So I checked all of this. What is... Oh, we can read the signs. Classroom 598. That was to the boiler room. Oh, I wasn't moving. I thought I was someone else. I thought it was another NPC. Where is Martha's classroom? Is there another, like, building? No? Also, let's do the, double click to instant. So... I'm double clicking to instantly oh! Ellie Cooper. Oh, hello. Hey there. Sorry, do we know each other? Wait, weren't you at that party? At the Matt's party? About a month ago? Yeah, we talked there, remember? She probably means the party at 29271 Fairfax Street. You were there, but you don't know who this is. Sure, I remember you. We're like fighting. You smiled. Ellie believes you. How have you been? Have you heard, by the way? That girl I was at the I was with at the party, Tanya Kennedy. Nobody seems to know where she is. Is that so? Uh-huh. I've seen the police car outside, and it's a secret, but Martha Jennings at the principal's now. What's her class number, by the way? Martha's? It's... Wait, why are you asking? She isn't there right now anyway. I just want to wait for her there. Smile. This looked really weird. Ellie looks almost frightened. I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable talking to you. Could you please leave? Sure. You feel you won't find out where Martha's classroom is. Hint, check the autosave. Oh, hello. Sure, I remember you. Are we smiling? He smiled. I guess I'm supposed to do maybe a neutral. Well, yeah, it makes sense. It's 4:30, the door near this one, actually. Huh, are you sure? I think I've definitely tried that one. Like, yeah, just check the sign near the door. Okay. Ha 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 ha. Some of the phases are more terrifying than the shark game. I'm just scared of what might happen. Like, I feel like the fact that we're not fully in control is a bit like, I don't know. That part is like really interesting. You have a new task: find Martha's apartment, keys, and address. You got Martha's keys, a pack of pads. Martha Jennings, 12740 Berthwood Street. You have a new task: talk to Martha on the roof. Okay. Huh. Are we a killer? Hello, Martha. He smiled. Martha looks frightened. What are you doing here, Will? I want to talk to you about something, Martha. Have you been to the principal's? No. I know you have. What do you want, Will? I know you were the last person to see Tanya. That's all. Do you think we don't know what was happening between you two? Have you talked to the officers yet? Why do you answer? Oh boy. Yes, I did, but I didn't tell them much yet. I think a certain detective wants to see me tomorrow. Name? I don't know. I can only remember it's Asian. Something like Detective Yu? I'm not sure. Anyway, why do you... It's really not good to spread rumors, Martha. That's a sign of a very, very bad friend. What? What are you talking about? Are you all right? What's going on, William? Well... I'll tell you what's going on, Mar. Hey, guy. It's Michael Graves. Oh, hi, Mike. It looked very friendly. Mike can see you're trying to pacify him. He relaxes a bit. We gotta talk, man. Well, let's talk then, Mike. Was that why you were looking for me this morning? Where's Tanya? How would I know? Can I look? Oops. I don't mean... Mike notices you are scared of him. He feels more confident. Just answer. I don't have time for this. Are you going to start talking, or do you want it to be like last time? What's with the silent treatment? Spill it, freak. Or do you want to get beat? Huh? Let's be, oh, okay, I look scared. Good. He relaxes a bit. Well then, it's in your interest to tell me where my girlfriend is. Did I express myself clearly? Yeah. Well, where is she then? I don't know. What was that? No. I said I don't know. Oops. I'm not sure you're aware, William, but I happen to know about the little thing you did with Tanya behind my back. And the only thing keeping me from tearing your head off is the fact that you know where she is. Now, do you know where she is? Tell me, buddy. Mike is now sure you are too scared to defend yourself. I really don't know. He made a sad face. Well, I guess there's just one thing left to do, buddy. Mike, please wait. Come here, punk. Mike is sure you are defenseless. This is your chance. We beat him in a fight. Is that what we were supposed to do? Everyone's out of the hall. Have you seen someone put... Oh, yeah, we talked to you. Okay, I think we can only go through the boiler room. What if we talk to you today? The boiler room's off limits, bud. I'm only joking, Lila. Did you get his call? What's it to you, old man? No reason to be so hostile. It's tricky not to get lost. Hearing the divine melody. By the way, what are you planning to do about the lady that hides in boilers? Don't talk of what you know nothing about. I can't, like, drag this. No, okay. Oops. What? Okay, I don't understand that sometimes. Like... It definitely, sometimes I'm like, it was making noise. And then... Like, it's loud over here. I feel like I wonder if there's like a bug or something. Definitely got louder. So like we can't. What just happened? See? Or is that? Oh, maybe everything is fine. Maybe just some of the rooms look similar. Right. What is that? What happens if I open my eyes? Maybe there's something, I don't know. Very peculiar. Okay, you again. Lila, what a pleasant surprise. Hello, William. You need to stop calling me on the phone. It's useless. I'll say this once. Your tricks are laughable, and even with her help, you're not getting back. I have something for you. Please take it. Did you hear what I said? By the way, endings. The Wheel of Fortune. So that's because we got the wheel. This is really interesting. we're gonna go ahead. We'll stop here. But friends, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I don't think we'll be back tomorrow, but if we are, I'll let you know in the Discord. So make sure you guys join the Discord. If you're not in it and would like to know when we're going. We will, I don't know if we'll play, we need to finish Donkey Kong. So likely that's what we'll go back to. I think we'll come back to Who's Lila. I just don't, I'm not sure if it'll be very soon. But thanks for the stream. I'm glad I got to catch something on. Yeah, thanks for being here, Tap. I appreciate it. Thanks for the stream. Hope you have a good weekend, Magical. I hope the moving and stuff goes well. But I'll let you guys know if we stream tomorrow. I'm not positive yet, but and Daz, thank you for being here. Let me give a few thank yous real fast because we had quite a few things happen. Yemit, thank you for the resub for 41 months. I appreciate it. Sassy with the 60 stream streak. Mutar for resubbing at 2 months. Excuse me. Player 4, thank you for the raid. Ozzy Cretin for the raid. Sporty Tiger, Dang It Sharp for the follows. Eurobonnie, Oh Look a Birdie, Rickard Ekberg, thank you so much for all the raids. Incredible. 5 raids today. That is probably the most raids we've had probably in a single stream. Lego says you're welcome. Thank you, Lego. Dandrean, thank you for gifting out 5 gifted subs. Kenson for the follow. Too Much to Bear for the 5 subs. Pinup Mariposa for the follow. Mr. Soul Creek for resubbing with Prime for 20 months. And then gifting 10 subs. Incredible. Daz for the bits. And... Wait for it. Wait for it. Where are you? Activity feed. Anonymous, thank you for the $10. Danny for the 5, and for another 5. Too Much to Bear for 10. Anonymous for 50. Daz for $10. Thank you so much. I hope you guys had some fun. I hope you enjoyed the spoopiness. But that'll be it for us today. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day or evening. And I will see you guys again next time